I welcome you guys into my audio podcast and video of my nice and beautiful music production. So what I'm doing is I'm being honest with myself that I'm always growing myself in music production. So I have to be understanding to go and really dwell upon my life. So since I'm understanding that you guys have to add a nice and beautiful theory of understanding that you must add your nice and beautiful, let's say, vocals and whatever you're using in terms of sound effects and vocals inside of your actual mix. So make sure it's actually in your laptop, and that when you open the file, that because I realize because it's opening inside of that nice and beautiful way of function for your nice and beautiful SoundCloud and what you're doing around music production, that it's going to open up in your actual DAW. So if you have your files on the laptop inside of the desktop, and you open the file, then all of your content is going to open up. But if you place your files in some other folder and you try to open the file, then it's never there anymore. So make sure that your files, in terms of what you're using in the project, is actually in the actual desktop. So make sure that what I had to do, because I did place my dinosaur vocals into a folder, and then I open my FLP file and it opens the project, but there's no sound effects and there's no vocals anymore. It's completely gone. So what did I have to do? I had to go into my nice and beautiful folder and drop it back into the desktop. So it's just on the desktop, and then I open the actual file, and then what happens is my nice and beautiful project is now all with the actual vocals of what I was actually doing. So what's important for myself is I understand that I have to be growing myself in different ways, and I have to be making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning on the go how to really succeed. So I want to make sure that no matter what, I'm giving you content along the way while I'm actually making content. So make sure every single day that if you want to do something, that I'm also recording my screen here. So making sure that no matter what, that I want to show you both sides of the story. I want to show you my videos as much as I can in my videos in terms of my music production and what I'm doing also on the screen. So right now, I understand I have 3 drops. I have 3 techno drops, and also I have a breakdown and a storyline. So what I need to do now is I have to go and create another 3 breakdowns, and I have to extend it, and then also I have to just make it just that. So what I want to do is I understand that I realize I just want to make 3 drops, and I want to make 3 techno drops, and I just want to let that be. So what I do is I make the actual breakdown, and then I go big drop, and then a techno mini drop, and then I go back into the breakdown, and then I build it up again into a big drop, and then small techno drop, and then breakdown again, and then I go build it up again into a big drop, and then small drop, and then techno drop. I realize now what's important for myself is I want to go and do that. So I realize that my drops are done already. So since I'm understanding that, all I do is copy paste. I do copy and paste, but guess what I do with copy and paste? I realize I change it up. I realize I do copy and paste something, but then I use automation in the first half, and in the second half, no automation. So it's different, and it's progressing, and it's showing you the sound that you need. So make sure you're teaching people on a different video screen, because I understand that my nice and beautiful laptop screen can have my video in terms of my face on the actual bottom of the screen here, and I can tape myself through the actual laptop, but I never want to do that. I want to make sure that you guys can see me through my actual laptop in terms of my phone here. So I'm understanding either way. I want to make sure that I'm here for a long time, so when I record myself doing everything, I'm actually at the EP of my 3rd EP, or which is I Dinotopia. So I'm better than A, and I'm better than E, and I'm better than U. So make sure you understand I'm very nice, and I'm dressing myself for the occasion to do some nice and beautiful music production. So make sure that you understand I do have shoes on, I do have my pants on, I do have my going out clothes on, and it's night time, and it's about to hit 12 a.m. at night. So make sure that no matter what, that I'm always learning and I'm always growing. But I have a phone call, I have a schedule with this woman who I understand that, she's very sexy, and because she's very sexy, I want to talk to her, and I want to understand, I want her to be single for me for the next 5 years, so that I can be with her. I'm honest. I'm actually asking her to be single for me. So I'm understanding every single day that no matter what, if you understand something about life, it's more if she's willing to wait, and she's never willing to wait. I promise you, it's never that she's willing to wait. It's more like just grow with me and just be patient. Be patient. I'm never asking her to wait for me, but I'm asking her to be patient so that she can go and be with me for the rest of our lives. You understand? That's the kind of individual I am now, but I understand that she's very sexy. For sure, though, you must understand that what's important is focus on growing yourself in different ways, and you must understand either way that what you're doing about life is you're focusing on making sure that your content is going to grow, and you're focusing on setting up so you can do some music production around here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that you guys understand I'm very serious about my music production now. I'm very serious about my dealings with music production, because when I do some music production like this, and I'm understanding that my nice and beautiful selfie stick has to be better over here, so I'm focusing on using a nice and beautiful way of life over here to go and do something about it. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I just place this nice and beautiful towel right here so that it can just really help my nice and beautiful video right here, so that it can just never go on an ankle or something like that. So I had to get myself a new selfie stick because this one is outdated. In terms of, it's never outdated, I'm pretty sure it's all in terms of I understand that my nice and beautiful selfie stick has to be a better one, and I have to go and replace it. So I understand that either way it does the job right now. So that's the whole point. I mean, now since I do have my nice and beautiful techno track over here, which is my trance track, and it's a trance track. And why is it a trance track? Because I have a melody in it. I have something that's going for me. I have something I'm doing, and I'm never wasting time doing my music production while teaching you on video. So I'm always understanding that I want to do much more videos with you guys as I'm doing music production, but because I'm on the go a lot and I'm traveling a lot, I'm pretty sure though that I do have time to be able to do videos with you as I'm doing my nice and beautiful, in terms of my nice and beautiful music production. So focus on understanding that I want to go and upload all my content in terms of music production up on YouTube, so that you guys can understand my life and how I do my techniques. But sometimes I upload audio podcasts about everything in terms of music production as well, and I also write notes as well. So either way, you guys can check it out. So I'm always doing as much content as I can, regardless of how I set it up. So make sure every single day that no matter what, that I'm learning on the go. So I'm understanding that either way, that since I have a nice and beautiful setup over here with what I'm doing, I'm understanding that I want to be able to go and place automation clips. I want to place automation clips in my first ever, in terms of my nice and beautiful drops in the first half of my track. And I understand that's the actual equation. I mean, so what you do is you just copy and paste your first and nice and beautiful, let's say 3 drops, and make it just a nice and beautiful chill mix for the first half. I mean, you make a nice and beautiful chill mix for the first half, and then people never realize what the fuck's going on in that track. But what is happening is you're milking it. You're milking it in a way that you're saying, hey, it's just a chill track over here. I mean, it's just a chill track. I mean, just relax. I mean, just relax. But then what you do is you copy and paste those 3 drops into the next 3 drops. I mean, now you let it be, because you're still showing up to show those 3 drops in the actual full version. But what's going to happen is you're going to do something different. And now I understand now what I can do all the time in my nice and beautiful EQ is make sure that no matter what, that I'm always learning fast and fast and fast, but I'm going to be making sure that my first 3 drops, in terms of 6 drops, I have 6 drops in the first half of my 30 minutes, but it's going to be just a chill mix. And now a chill mix means I place a nice and beautiful EQ on it, and I rise to the occasion. I understand? I'll go, ooh, I mean, it's fading away. I mean, my drop is fading away a bit. And then guess what? I mean, now we hit the drop at the nice and beautiful techno, and it looks like a big drop or something. But the big drop just did happen. And then the small drop is happening, but it looks like a big drop. I mean, what the fuck's happening right here? I mean, so that's the whole point of music production. So when you're doing that, then guess what happens from that point? And then you understand that you copy and paste that nice and beautiful segment right here, and then it's just done, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's done. But what you need to realize is, I mean, if you want to make extra segments here and you want to do something different, then you have to understand that you have already what you need. So make sure you understand that if you want to create nice, beautiful tracks, I mean, create it quickly. I mean, there's no time to waste over here. I mean, so what we need to realize is pick out the best parts of the track and then go and do it. And what you want out of the track, I mean, go and do it. In a sense, so make sure you understand that no matter what, that in the next half is my next 2 scenarios, which is going to be without automation. And now the first half has automation, but with the second half has no automation. So that's my whole point. And now in my nice and beautiful track from 1 hour in terms of iDinotopia, starts the first 7 minutes is my storyline. And now I die in the storyline because it's dinosaurs, they kill me in the storyline. But go check my iDinotopia. I understand many music producers use these utopia kind of sounds, or utopia kind of renaming their nice and beautiful, let's say, tracks into utopia, and they're always using utopia as their name on their soundtracks. But this is iDinotopia, So iDinotopia, but I mean, nobody's fucking done that. I mean, nobody's fucking put iDinotopia. I mean, so that's the only fucking one that they're ever going to hear in life. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that no matter what, you have to go and do something very unique. But if you understand, for example, that if you go and place nice and beautiful vocals and also mix it up with your nice and beautiful way of life in different ways and formats, but make sure that you're never ever going back to what you want to do. So this is part of my music production, guys. I'm making sure that I'm planning in my nice and beautiful segments before I even start the nice and beautiful way of life over here. And before I even start anything on the actual door, I make sure I never even record the screen, because I understand I did record for 8 minutes. So I just want to go into that nice and beautiful segment right here, because it's just a waste of space, if you understand me. Like, if you're recording your nice and beautiful, let's say, setup and what you're doing, then guess what? I mean, just go and delete what you just done, because guess what? I understand that 8 minutes of that nice and beautiful preview of that track was never ever doing anything. I was never doing anything in it. So make sure you understand that you just delete it. I mean, delete that 8-minute video that you just did record, but you were speaking to the video here instead of doing the actual sound and doing the music production on the actual laptop. So never waste time. I mean, never waste money like that, because uploading an 8-minute video like that, in terms of 8-minute video, is around 500 gig. I mean, it's around 500 megabytes or something like that. But either way, you must understand to go and focus upon helping yourself to have 500 megabytes extra for yourself. So make sure you understand that you save internet and save money and save everything, because savers are never losers, because Jesus Christ saves us all. I mean, Jesus Christ saves us all. But understand, if you're saving money today in terms of plastic money, then understand that that's a different story. But make sure you understand Jesus Christ never wants to do anything other than just grow you. So just make sure that you learn about life in a way that you understand that with life coaching skills and music production, and what I'm doing here is I'm understanding I want to stick to the topic, and I want to make sure that you guys, in terms of money and everything, that you only understand that if you're saving everything in terms of money, that you're also speaking up. I mean, just make sure that you're speaking up, and then you never have to worry about saving money or anything in terms of that. So just make sure every single day that you're speaking more words, and that's the whole point. I'm pretty sure that every single day I understand now that since I have my nice and beautiful track ready over here, Roshi, that's all I have this nice and beautiful track going over here. But what I want to do is I want to go and extend it and understand that I do have my other actual track over here. So I'm understanding that the first one has automations, but the second one has no automations. And now I understand that when I combine that together, Roshi, now it's actually 1 sound and 2 sounds, and then 3 sounds and 4 sounds, and it's all different. But now my drops, I realize my drops are actually all different as well. And why is that? Because my EQ is coming off on the top of my nice and beautiful way of life. And what's happening with my EQ here is understand that no matter what, that I realize that the EQ is a decoy. I put a nice beautiful, let's say, EQ on the first half of my track because it's a decoy about what's going to happen. And now what's going to happen in my track is we're going to be able to hear the second half of the version, which is going to be the full version, and there's no automation clips going there other than these other kind of automation clips that is really, really something different. So what we want to realize about life is understand that we have to go and promote ourselves in the best way. So when we promote ourselves in the best way, I realize we're doing something that is going to help us move forward. So focus on understanding that either way, that you have to understand that you have to create a chill mix, and then you have to also create yourself a nice and beautiful melody. And understand that with trance music, it's all about melody. And if you can create some melodies today, then understand that way you're going to prosper and you're going to succeed, because anybody who creates melodies today is the successful ones in music production. I mean, say, look at Deadmau5. I mean, look at Armin van Buuren and how they're doing their nice and beautiful melodies. I mean, look at Calvin Harris as well. I mean, they're all successful people in music production. I mean, so what you need to do is, if you want to be successful as well in whatever you're doing, then you have to do the best job. I mean, you have to understand to make melodies, the music, you must understand to make melody music every single day, and understand that no matter what, that you're practicing, and you're practicing. I'm practicing right now, doing something right here. So I'm understanding that when I practice, I'm understanding that I want to go and do the best job. So either way, just make some new segments along the way if you want, but make sure either way that everybody is happier in your life. So we're always understanding that no matter what's happening in our life, is we're going to be able to listen back to everything, because that way we understand life itself, and we understand that no matter what, that we have to do the best job. So if you want to start it all over again and you want to just delete it, for example, so make sure you can delete your nice and beautiful content, but then what you do is copy and paste it again. And once you copy and paste it again, just go and realize that you can go and copy and paste your nice and beautiful content. And then either way, that what we need to do from that point is learn how to go and do much greater. And we just have to use the nice and beautiful EQ here. So that's honestly the nice and beautiful way of progression in the track, because the track is done. I mean, the track is done. So what I need to do is I have to make a track that's going to help me to satisfy my hunger for what I've done in the whole track. So I want to make sure that I keep it. I never want to lose that original sound that I made. So what I do is I place a filter on top of it to make sure that it's like a different sound at first, and then I use the original sound from that point. So I'm making sure that either way that I'm progressing throughout the track all the time, because it's all different. I want to make a chill mix. And once I'm making a chill mix, I place a nice and beautiful master EQ on it. I'll put a master EQ on it, and I'll just go and fucking make it drift off a bit. I mean, I make it this way, I make it that way, I pan it a bit, I do some sound effects in the first half, and in the second half, it's just the freaking full version of that track, and that's it. I mean, and now we're understanding that we're never missing out on the actual track, but we're just making sure that we're doing something different along the way. So we're focusing on understanding that if you want to go and really, really be inspirational for your life, then understand that we have to go and understand how to succeed in every single endeavor that we put our hands on. So make sure that every single time that you understand that we have to go and really love our life in different ways, but communicational skills is the way to do it. So make sure that you're always learning how to understand your life. I mean, now, understand either way, I have to just play this to see what's going on around here. I understand either way, I can hear my nice and beautiful track, so I can speak over it right here. So I'm listening over here to see what's going on, and now it goes into a new segment over here. I realize now it goes into a new segment over here, so I can feel this nice and beautiful way on my nice and beautiful, let's say, tones, or what's going on. So I can hear myself talking to you, which is excellent. And I can understand either way that this one here is my nice and beautiful, let's say, sound effects over here. So I'm understanding either way that since I have a master EQ on the first one, I understand that what I want to do with the first half of the track is I want to make it, let's say, slower, and I want to make it a chill track, but I want to make the second half just be the way it is. I want to make the second half to be just the way it is, because that's the way it is. And then I want to make an extra nice and beautiful, let's say, my nice and beautiful sound effects is I want to make something different. So I want to make sure that people can understand what I'm doing. So that's 62 minutes. So that's excellent. I mean, that's an excellent way to understand your set can be 62 minutes. I mean, understand? I mean, let it be that way. But understand either way that you realize that you just do yourself the best favor like that, and then understand that no matter what, it's a full version track, and that's the way it is. I mean, make sure you understand that you have to talk over the nice and beautiful audio of what you're playing so that you can understand what you're doing. So I'm talking over my nice and beautiful content right here, but I understand either way that since I have a copy over here, I understand I want to remove the actual nice and beautiful, let's say, audio program in terms of the nice and beautiful automation that I've done in the second half, so I can just let it be the nice and beautiful fast version that it is, really. So then I want to make sure that I can go and showcase the second half as it is, while I'm actually promoting the second. I'm promoting the actual chill mix. So I make the nice and beautiful energetic mix first. So I make the fastest version of the track first, and it's 30 minutes. I make first 30 minutes energetic, but the second 30 minutes that you hear, which is around, let's say, it can be around 30 minutes, which is the first half of the 30 minutes is chill mix, and it's just a chill mix. But then the second half is 30 minutes of just pure energy of that actual trance track. Understand? So I start off with the chill mix first, and then we build it up into the energy track. So either way, understand that I do have some nice and beautiful percussion here, and I do have some nice and beautiful, let's say, ways of life. So I'm understanding either way that I can turn it down as well. I can turn it down because if you're listening to your music and you understand what's happening in the track, then turn it down, man. I mean, turn it down. I mean, if you're never doing even sound design, if you're never doing sound design on your track, then turn it down all the way. I mean, turn down your actual music track all the way, because you're never even doing sound design on it. So what are you doing? You're doing automation, man. You're doing some automation. You're doing something different. So if you're making sound effects for your actual soundtrack, then turn the music up, because sound effects is making your sound clips. You're making a soundtrack, so you're making the sound. So if you're doing automation around your nice and beautiful music track, then what you need to do is focus on understanding to turn the music up. But if you're just arranging fucking shit on your nice and beautiful, let's say, whatever you're doing, because nothing's fucking shit, but understand that no matter what, if you're arranging just your music soundtrack, then turn the music down to 26 or something like that. So make sure you understand either way that you're focusing on understanding that that is perfect right here. So I'm understanding that's a nice and beautiful transition. So what did just happen? I realized that I went from nice and beautiful energy into a nice and beautiful melody with a actual, let's say, sound effect. So I'm understanding that if you play sound effects in the actual sounding track of the advanced energy clip, actually now there's something going on over here. So make sure you understand that you have to understand that for myself over here, that I have to actually place the dinosaurs inside of my breakdowns over here all the way. Because why? Because it's the whole point. I mean, it's the whole point of just showing extra value for your actual soundtrack. So make sure you understand if you start off with dinosaur sound clips inside of your music track, then have it all the way. I mean, have it all the way. I mean, because that's the whole point. I mean, so make sure you understand either way that what's important is understanding that you must go and do greater for yourself, and then focusing on understanding that your life must be greater for yourself in different ways. So I'm understanding this is now sound clips over here. I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I had my nice and beautiful way of life over here, I'm always understanding I do have a beautiful way of life. But I'm understanding that I'm listening to the nice and beautiful sound clips over here. I can hear it. I'm turning the music up over here. I'm making sure that it's something I want to listen to. I mean, it's a sound over here. I'm listening to the sound. I'm understanding that that sounds amazing. I mean, that's excellent. I mean, that's excellent right here. I mean, that's excellent. I mean, that's excellent. I mean, that's excellent. I'm actually listening. I'm listening. I mean, it's excellent right here. So what I want to do is, since I understand something about life over here, I'm understanding that since my nice and beautiful drops are at the same pace right now. So what happens is, in the actual first mix, my nice and beautiful sound effects are certain, let's say, build-ups where it's just before the drop. So what do you want to do? I mean, you have to change it. So what you need to do is change your nice and beautiful, let's say, tempo, because if you have a build-up in the first section at this kind of interval that it's going to hit the kick, then guess what? Approaching the second half is going to do the same thing. So move it and shift it so that people will be like, whoa, I mean, where the fuck is this drop? But they're going to be expecting it. They're going to be expecting that kind of interval, but never make them expect that. I mean, sense to make sure you just shift it in a way that you understand that nobody can see this even coming in terms of life. So I just shifted a bit this way, and I'm understanding that no matter what, then I shift this one over here, which is my second drop over here, and I'm going to shift this one because this one here is also something that I want to show you. So I'm understanding that I want to shift this one right here. So I'm just shifting it in different aspects of life. So I want to focus on understanding that I never want them to expect that the drop is going to hit now. I never want that to happen, because if people can understand when the drop is going to happen, then it's never fun anymore. Whereas it's never fun anymore when that happens. So what you realize is, what you can do is you can get a sound effect and monetize it in a way that it never makes a sound like it was meant to. So what you do is just make sure you minimize the sound of it. So it's just like instead of I mean, they're expecting the from the dinosaur, but guess what? I understand I'm using dinosaur sound effects over here. But then I chop that and I just make it I mean, like this. I make a little different sound, and then they're expecting and then boom, 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 boom into the drop. But this one's gonna be and boom, boom, boom. I mean, whoa. I mean, what the fuck? Because it happens really quickly, but they're expecting a long fucking growl. But I make a little small growl and fucking drop it quickly. But, I mean, they fucking never seen that coming. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that. So this one's different over here. I'm saying that it's sounding great. I did listen to my nice and beautiful track just recently before, and I'm saying that no matter, I'm still listening, but I'm saying that what's amazing is right that. Alright, now that's amazing right here. I can see it. I can say now either way that if I'm talking over the actual sound, I just turn it up all the way. I can see this one over here. So what I want to change that sound altogether, and I want to make sure that I can place a different kind of sound so that people can hear a different kind of sound going with that kind of version. So I want to make sure that no matter what, that I can hear that sound really, really again, so I can go and do a greater life. So I'm understanding either way that what I'm doing all the time is I just make a different sound effect. I took away the growl altogether. I took away that growl because I'm adding a smaller growl that's somewhere else, and that's the kind of aspect I love about life. So I'm focusing on understanding that I want to go and understand that since I'm understanding that it's 62 minutes over here, I'm understanding this nice and beautiful track is 62 minutes long. So what I want to do is I want to let it be. I want to finish on that big, nice and beautiful energy incline and understand that the note in terms of how I finish in my nice and beautiful track is going to be a high note. So it's going to be and it's going for 5 minutes, and then let's just finish it on that. Because why? I mean, why am I finishing on the fucking highest note? Because it makes you happier. It makes you fucking happier. And that's why I'm understanding, that's why it goes and then just fucking extend it for 5 minutes. That fucking one note is what I'm saying. Because it's the fucking highest note in the fucking pitch of your nice and beautiful track, and it's the fucking highest note. And of course people are going to be like, I understand? But if you go, I mean, if you do the opposite and you fucking put a lower notes on that, and it sounds like this. I mean, what the fuck happened? Because guess what? I mean, suddenly it fucking shit itself. I mean, where the fuck did the high tone go? Yeah, I mean, in a sense, so make sure you're finishing your tones and your tracks on the fucking highest notes, is what I'm saying. I mean, that's the best way. I mean, now I want to finish my track on a fucking sound effect right here. So I understand either way that what I do is I just want to finish it on a sound effect, and I understand no, I never want to finish this on a sound effect. I mean, why? Because my sound effect is boom, but guess what? Approach that there is actually a tone. And now since it's a tone, it's approach that tone is a big tone. But I understand that tone is actually something that does make me happy. Or she does make me happy, but I understand either way that it's a melody. Approach either way that if I do that, if I finish on this actual tone right here, or if I finish it, now that there is the most blissful fucking sound I've fucking ever heard. And now why is that? Because it's a fucking one melody fucking note. I mean, it's a fucking note right here. I mean, now understand that right there is something that I have to understand, and it's a sound effect. It's one of the sound effects, but guess what? It's a melody. It's a fucking melody. This is a melody, but there's a difference between this nice and beautiful melody and understand that Jesus Christ understands that this sound over here is something very blissful, versus blissful sound. But I understand that if I finish it on the other way, it's much better to finish on this one, because this sound over here is something that people listen to right in the moment of the track. It's something that's really, really into that nice and beautiful vibe, because I can feel it. Because I understand that this over here is actually a melody line that goes, and it's just that one fucking line that you just need in your life. Unfortunately, now I understand either way that it's just a higher fucking note than my actual pad as well. Unfortunately, it is. Unfortunately, it's one of the highest fucking notes I've ever heard in my life. And I have to finish that nice and beautiful track with that nice and beautiful way of my sound effect going in the actual mix. So what I want to do is learn that nice and beautiful track right here. But what I want to do is finish it 4 times. I want to focus on understanding that it can be just like that. Now, when I understand that, I give people this nice and beautiful version of what's going on in that track. I understand that I want to make sure that people can hear it right here somewhere. And I want to make sure that people never fucking expect this coming. I mean, I understand Jesus Christ can understand this one. I always speak to Jesus Christ because I understand that no matter what, you have to believe in something higher. Alright, now I want to just listen to this right here. I can feel this nice and beautiful version, and now they fucking, they finish this way, and I understand either way that no matter what, that here we go. I mean, now since I understand that right there, I'm understanding that no matter what, now I'm always learning something new. I realize I just finished it this way right here. Say I finished it right here. I realize now this one here, I just want to really, really dwell upon understanding that is the way to finish a branch. Now I understand that either way, I want to go and really, really dwell upon making sure that no matter what, now I'm placing sound effects as my finish. And why sound effects? Because it's just a track. Obviously, it's the start of the track, and it's going to be the end of the track, and that's the way. Obviously, you must understand, but it's a different setup, and it's a different way to place it. So what I want to do is different aspects of finishing something, and then I want to make sure that I just realize something over here, and then I just go listen to it. I just listen to this right here. I just want to hear this right here. I mean, it has to be a dinosaur finish, guys. I mean, either way, that I do have a nice and beautiful way of understanding that I do have my beautiful dinosaurs over here, which is, I understand that I'm making these nice and beautiful finishes. So I'm understanding that this is one of the finishes I need. So I'm making sure that I want to make the loudest fucking noise I can in this nice and beautiful scenario, which is right here, for example. And let's have a look. I see. Now what you can do, guys, is understand either way that if you go and really place that nice and beautiful sound right there in terms of life and finish it, and understand either way that what's happening is I'm learning that I can finish it with a dinosaur and bam bam, and that's it. Approaching, that's the actual sound that I need. But I understand that every single time that I can go and speak internally, guys, and I can be able to really recapitulate my nice and beautiful way of method while I'm listening. So I have to listen to the actual track to be able to understand what's going on. But I want to actually do right this. I mean, I want to do this right here. See now, I promise you, it's a dinosaur. I promise you now, if I finish with my vocal, I promise you, that's the best finish for me. I promise you, to finish with my vocal is the best finish. I mean, right here, I understand that, and I just realized that's how I want to finish my track, and that's it. Rush now, if I come back into the actual mix over here, Rush, if I come back into the mix, because I did die in the track, so why shall I actually come back into the mix over here? But guess what, Rush, now, if you understand this now, Rush, you'd never ever show up in the mix again if you did die in the track. I mean, now, the dinosaur did kill me in the track, so why show up again? Because it ruins the actual storyline, doesn't it? Rush, it does. Rush, if you go and you die, I mean, why show up again in your track? I mean, never show up your vocal again. So either way, I want to just finish with this kind of sound then. I want to make sure that no matter what, that people can hear that sound right here. So I'm understanding that I realize something, but it's going to be a different sound. And I'm understanding that it's going to be one of these ones. I just want to understand that right here. Whereas now that right here is something that I can really feel. And now, I can just let that be. I can let that be right here. But what's amazing is that kind of sound, I can just place it in the nice and beautiful progression of what's happening over here. But I'm understanding that either way, what I want to do is I'm just looking to see what I can do with that nice and beautiful motion. So what I want is I want a dinosaur finish. But then I understand I have these nice and beautiful sound effects, which goes boom, and then suddenly what the fuck is going on, and it goes boom, and then suddenly it goes what the fuck, and then goes boom again, and then suddenly it goes and then boom, and then like this, and then either way, then it goes I mean, one of those dinosaurs, and it just goes boom boom. I mean, guess what, bro? That's the kind of finish I'm looking at. When I say I'm looking at that kind of finish to my track. So I'm understanding that it's that kind of finish, isn't it? So if you just finish it on the dinosaur, approach it's more than enough. Approach, although I understand that if I finish it on the dinosaur, approach it's more enough. Approach, although it's more enough for me. Approach, now why is that? Because there's a big difference. And there's a big difference. I mean the dinosaurs. I mean dinosaurs, huh? But I understand either way, it's more enough. I mean, it's more enough for me to finish it on the dinosaurs. But why? I said yes, it's more enough. Because I understand that if I place sound effects after that, actually it never does it. I mean, it never does the job, does it? Actually, why? Because dinosaurs are much better. Actually, dinosaur. Dinosaur vocals. I mean, finish it with the vocals, but the sound effect is alone something that if I go dun dun if I go like that after the actual dinosaur nice and beautiful way of life, then whoa. I mean, yes, it's nice and beautiful, isn't it? But guess what? I mean, is it a sound you want? I mean, guess what? Apparently, it's that kind of sound to understand that it's just gone. I mean, what happened? I mean, what did happen just now? Apparently, if I do that, apparently then it's no longer the dinosaur. I mean, it's no longer the dinosaur track anymore. Apparently, understand? Apparently, that's what I mean. Apparently, if I go whoa, and I finish like that, apparently now it's a dinosaur track. Apparently, it's Dinotopia. But if I go wow, dun dun. I mean, is it a dinosaur track now? Actually, it's never a dinosaur track anymore. I mean, so make sure you understand that's why I'm finishing it with a dinosaur move. But if I place it before the fucking dinosaur, brochure, now I can do it. I can do it before the I can put dun dun, and it goes. You understand? Actually, now that, yeah. Actually, now it's fucking. I get the best of both worlds over here. I'm saying that now I can go and do that. So what I want to do is I place 4 of these, then I place extra 2 right here, and I just go right here. I can do a little build up. I can do a little build up. If I just go and really just dwell upon just making these kind of sounds just in the finish, actually now that's something that I realize is just much better. And then either way, I mean, just place it somewhere different. Actually now that's the finish I'm looking at. I mean, now I'm looking at something different, guys, but I'm making sure I can finish my tracks differently, and I'm making sure every single day I'm just looking to boost my nice and beautiful way of life over here, but a little bit. I mean, a little bit that kind of finish. I mean, a little bit of finale right here. I mean, a little bit that way. And then I place some sound effects on the top. And it's just like a magical way to be, isn't it? Actually, that's the way, huh? Actually, that's the way. I let that be. I want to hear it. I want to hear just that, for example. I want to hear this kind of finish right here. So this finish right here is something that I understand. I'll let it be this way. I want to understand this one. I'm just talking it out, guys. I'm talking everything out. I'm talking all my nice and beautiful music over here in terms of how I want it. And actually, as I'm speaking, I'm doing it. I can feel that. I can feel that right now. But be able to revise your nice and beautiful music in terms of how it's actually happening and be able to talk it. Now, that's very exciting for me to listen to. I love listening to that. I love listening to that. I mean, that's beautiful right here. I mean, if you finish on that, probably it's more enough. But yeah, but guess what? No, it's never more enough for me. Whereas now that's something that I want to show you. Whereas now that's right here. I want to just do this right here. I want to make a little build up. I have to also charge my technology over here, but I just have to listen to it like this. Whereas now that's the finish I'm looking for. I understand either way that it's a nice and beautiful finish right here, and I understand that I want to go and do that because it's just something like a miracle right here, and it's just something that people really feel. I mean, people feel it because I feel it. I feel that the track is that kind of finish. So when I understand that, I finish that track like that, and then the chill mix is very easy to make. But what you really understand with the chill mix is you make it in a way that it's going to really chill. Understand? I mean, you make a chill vibe. I mean, do anything that you can with a EQ from the master EQ in terms of the master EQ, which is you place it on the actual mixer of your master channel, and you put a master mix EQ, and you put that EQ and you put a high pass filter on it. Understand? So you're going high pass. Understand? Because if you're going low pass, it's probably if you go low pass on the fucking chill mix, it never sounds good. I mean, in a sense, so what sounds good, and even better than that, approach it does sound good, but we have to understand that it sounds better with a high pass when it goes the high frequencies. I mean, let's go high frequencies over low frequencies. I mean, understand? So in your mix has to be always showing highs and lows, but in the actual master EQ, I mean, we're showing more highs in this chill mix all the time because we want those nice and beautiful jingles in the ears. So we're learning something. Alright, now, since that's nice and beautiful, I want to go add some sound effects over here. And I want to make sure that it's right here, for example. And I just want to just randomly do something to make sure that my nice and beautiful mix is going to just be able to give me that sound that I'm looking for. So if you just go and do this, for example, I mean, just that right here. I mean, let's have a look. I understand that either way I can hear this and it's going to be something amazing. Now I have to do this much better. Now there's something much more I have to do, and it's that kind of mix, huh? Now that's something that I want to do. So I want to make sure that this right here, I want to do something random that nobody else has fucking done in their lifetime. I want to fucking make sure that either way that what I'm doing is I'm making a nice and beautiful mix over here of different fucking sounds, and I want to fucking hear this in different ways and tones, and I want to make sure that either way I understand that right here. I want to make sure that no matter what, that I want to develop a strategy to make sure that people can hear this sound right here. I want something, I want lots to be going on. I want a lot to be going on right here. I mean, people are going to be like, whoa, what's going on, bro? I mean, now that kind of finish right here, I understand the piano. I mean, the piano is something that I never ever want in the actual finish of whatever's going on right here. I want to make sure that right here is something that's going to just go. And either way, I want to listen to this from the beginning and understand that it's more, I'm making it up. I'm making this, I'm just copy and pasting this into this, into this, into this, and this into this without listening to it. And I just want to listen to it now and see, is it the fucking sound that I'm looking for? But if it's never the sound, but it's always the sound. It's always the sound that I'm looking for, because it's something that's fucking new and nobody's done it. And that's why. I mean, when you fucking do something that's going to help you to grow, I mean, guess what? I mean, it's always the sound, isn't it? I mean, that's it. I mean, in the breakdown, fucking do whatever you want in the breakdown. I mean, there's no fucking rhythms. And fucking copy and paste all these fucking sounds and sounds into sounds into sounds, and fucking put them faster and faster and faster and faster, and what a fucking symphony that is. I say, Jubilee with grape juice. I say Jubilee means cheers in Serbian. I say now. That's so inspirational. I have to extend it 3 more times. I mean, 3 more times. I mean, why? I mean, guess what? I mean, why? Fucking not. Because guess what? I want to expand this 3 times. Because fuck, I love it. I love this sound over here. So I just go and expand it right here, for example. And then I copy and paste this right here. And then I just make sure I just make one final version. I mean, just one final version. I mean, this is going to be spectacular. I want to feel this one. Because this is God understanding something about life right here. Understanding this, man. And this is going to be a symphony of something that nobody else has ever done this. And that's why I'm understanding that I deserve a miracle. Right here. I believe in miracles. Say no matter what you say. I see now. I realize now we're going to go now. And now, since I'm understanding right here, for example, I'm I'm saying that I want to just do that right here, for example. I want to just practice sifting brush. I want to sift this bitch. I want to put this one here in a way that it's right in your face right here, man. And put it in your face right here, man. I mean, right here. And guess what? Appreciate that is the final finish. But guess what? I'm understanding that, man. I'm understanding that. I want to just change up the pattern over here. I want to place this pattern right here. I understand. Either way, blah. Nobody can replicate that one. Nobody can replicate that. Whereas now, understand that this piano right here, actually that's something. And I'm understanding either way. I want to go and just really, really dwell upon giving them that kind of sound right here. I'm understanding either way. That just like we did. I'll do this one here and there'll be another one. Oh, this is going to inspire people in the ending, and I understand that. I say when you guys want to really, really inspire yourself to grow, then just listen. And just hear my track out. Actually, that is that. And that's the most blissful sound I've ever heard in my life. See, wow. I mean, Jesus Christ can hear that one. I mean, wow. I mean, spectacular, man. I love it that way. We finish with a little soft piano and a little bit. I feel this one, man. I mean, that's something I've never heard in my life, but it's the only sound that somebody's going to remember. I have applause in the heaven for this, man. I mean, people want to listen to that. I really did that. I want you now to understand every single time to never ever get upset about what you've done, but make sure every single day you're going to do something to make sure that you're learning in the process of what you've done. That is excellent. Now you must understand that no matter what, I'm learning the process of everything that's going on around my life, so I can go and really be. Or I need to be much more blissful. I have to focus upon loving my life. I have to make sure that no matter what, that I see what's going on around here and why is it up to that point, for example. So I'm understanding either way. I have something going on over here. I understand I have to go and really dwell on understanding that there's some kind of sound going around here. So what kind of sound is around here and why is it all the way here, for example? So what's going on? What's going on? I see this one here is something we delete. Then here we go. I see now. That's how I understand that finish is excellent, but it's something that I realize something. I realize now if I extend this, I mean if I extend that just a bit more, but it's more enough than that. Actually now is it really? Actually is it really more enough? Actually now I feel that I can extend it much more. I can extend this track right here, but I realize this. I realize it gives me what I need. Actually that gives me what I need. Actually that's it. Actually it's more enough for me. Actually it's more enough. Actually, that's the most blissful sound I've ever seen in my life, and I'll never be that way. Actually, that's the way I understand that no matter what, I can now see exactly how long my track is, and I want to see this track and how long it is. So let's have a look over here. So I just go and save it. I have to save as. I have to save as over here. So I'm always saving my files in every single segment of my life. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to do something to make sure that my content is never lost. I'm making sure I want to go and dwell upon something to see. I mean, this one is 58 minutes. That's 58 minutes. I can understand that. I understand that, but guess what? I mean, now I can extend it a bit more. I can extend this to 1 hour. I can put something in this now. I realize now, either way, watch now, no matter what, I realize that 58 minutes, let's just make it a little bit, let's just make it a little bit longer. I mean, now I want to double that. I want to double it. I want to double that. I want to double this. I want to say this one is right here, for example. So let's just go here. Let's just go there. Let's do it. And let's just go place it right here, for example. So if I just place it right here, for example. I place it right here. And let's just do it. I mean, let's just do that. Let's just do that. Because I can do it. I can do it. And then guess what? I want to go and do. So what you have to understand that what you can use is arrangement. You can put your arrangement is understand that no matter what, you go and understand how you're going to do it. So I do it this way in a way that I'm teaching people in a way what I'm doing. So I'm not saying that once I do this I realize this is something that I just have to do. So I have to teach something. So now no matter what, that you must realize that you can use the bottom half of your nice and beautiful arrangement. So use the top half and the bottom half and the bottom half and the bottom half and the bottom half. So make sure you understand that in your arrangement you have all these boxes. I mean, make sure you're using never just a straight line and never just work in a straight line. I mean, work all the way down your FL Studio layout. Understand? I mean, make sure you're working down your nice and beautiful FL Studio. I mean, now this is something right here. I mean, this is going to hit this. I mean, this is going to hit in a different pace. I mean, this is hitting at a different pace. And this is something even more now. I mean, this is adding to the top. And now if I just add to the top and keep adding to the top, Actually, that's a symphony, and it's something I've never seen in my life. But let's have a look. Now I have to listen to this all over again. And I understand, I apologize for you guys having to, let's say, listen to or watch me without speaking to you. But just fast forward, please, and that's it. And that's a blissful sound, man. I mean, that's the juice of God. I mean, whoa. Oh, whoa. I got a jackpot, man. I mean, that's the best sound I've done in my life. Oh, wow. I mean, spectacular. It's spectacular. I mean, it's a spectacle. I mean, it's a spectacular kind of spectacle in life. I mean, I understand that. I Dinotopia. I'm perfect. I mean, 60 minutes and 25 seconds finish. Oh, wow. I mean, you guys get to watch me doing that. I mean, you guys are lucky you get to watch me understanding the making of Idonotopia. Ending is right in this video, baby. I'm recording it. I mean, that's it. I mean, how amazing is this? I have to watch myself. I have to watch myself in a state of ecstasy, of trance, in a way that it's better than ecstasy, man. I've had the ecstasy in my life, but this is bliss. This is God, man. I mean, this is something beyond what God can do. I mean, no. I mean, God can do everything, but it's more something beyond life. You understand? I mean, something beyond that God's trying to achieve in everything. And something that God himself wants. Always. You understand? I mean, just an impersonation to describe something bigger than God. You understand? I mean, this is bigger than God. This is bigger than God. I mean, wow. I mean, now, I have a chill mix going. So what I want to do, now, if I get the chill mix, and I place a EQ just going uphill, like this, approaching now isn't more enough. Approaching now, guess what? Approaching, if that's the kind of effect you want, I mean, guess what? Approaching, let's have a look. Approaching now, it's something that I want to try out, but I want to see how it goes. I mean, if that is really, really something, approaching, I must understand that it's just the way it is. Approaching, although, I want to make sure that I just go make one EQ fade and that kind of finish. I mean, it makes sense to me. But guess what? I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to just have one fucking EQ going up here. I mean, one master EQ going up here. Right now, Jesus Christ says, go and try now. Always look to see what Jesus Christ is. I understand that it's more that we go up here. So I'm understanding that I want to go and try this out. I want to try this out now. Right, now this is the actual ending of my nice and beautiful Dinotopia track. So I'm focusing on saying that this is just that and that's it. Roshi, what else is there after this? And Roshi, that's it. Roshi, just this master, I mean just a master EQ, and then that's it. I can just, I didn't start my twinkle twinkle little star. I start a little twinkle twinkle. Say yeah. Say ow. And you have to understand that one. I understand that. I want to come here. I want to show you something about life. And that's a sound that's never going to be anywhere else except in the name of the Voyage, man. And that sound fucking is trance, man. And there's no doubt about it. Now that's a spectacle, and it's a spectacular version that only you can hear it if you listen to the whole track. I mean, unless you're some freaking individual who just goes and speeds the track, but you have to understand. I mean, it's all the way at the end of the track. I mean, come on. I understand every single day. I understand this. I mean, that's how you are. Whereas now, I go and write my nice and beautiful journal still. So I want to write over here. I say, never placing any kind of melodies inside of a breakdown that is in sync and out of sync, as shown by doing this but better. And 4, 5. Alright, now either way, I want you to understand. I say never using a magnifying glass to open up a channel FL Studio mixer channel rack via the FL Studio layout for I. See, I know I only. I see now. Why do I write that down? Because it's what you never do. It's what you never do, and I write it down because I get a specific kind of tonality with that, and I teach people what they never do. I'm saying never to do this and never to do that, and that's it. I'm making sure every single day I'm learning and growing. I'm understanding now. I understand. I'm free to understand. I'm a music producer now. I mean, with that sound, I can produce something amazing. I mean, you guys have to listen to Idinotopia if you want to understand what I've been doing in this video. But I understand every single day, if you guys are listening right now, then understand that you have to be really, really dwelling upon a better life for yourself. Always. And then now. Alright, now, the nice and beautiful mix, I understand if I do that, for example. I just want to really, really understand myself over here in terms of how this is actually going about. I understand either way, but what's important for myself is understanding that either way I can make a chill mix. I can make a chill mix really quickly also. But what's important for myself here is to understand that I want to go and just try something out. I want to just test it out. I want to test out how one nice and beautiful melody, such as, let's say, a melody that is an EQ with a frequency going up and down all the way. It's a beautiful way to understand my chill mix over here. And it's something that's going to go up and down and up and down and up and down. And that's something that I understand that I can always do now. I can always place a nice and beautiful frequency method over here. I say never placing a frequency. So never placing a frequency cut off phase with EQ, master EQ automation, with EQ filter automations to make isonify sounds for I to do greater, to make it all a chill mix always. So I do greater only for I. I say now, since I can put a frequency of a cutoff frequency on it, now it's a chill mix. And why is it a chill mix? Straight away, that no matter what, it works. And why does it work? Because the master EQ frequency, just the master EQ, is going all the way up, and it's showing you exactly all the frequencies. I mean, showing you the lower frequencies all the way to the upper frequencies from that point. But then what else is happening is I put a filter, and now you understand some chill mix because of the filter. And the filter is showing you 50% of the track or 60% or whatever I place it as. But it's underneath of everything that's happening underneath that. And we're showing the nice and beautiful track of the energy track underneath the surface. So it's a chill mix, isn't it? So you must understand that way. And then I place these filters going up and down and up and down and up and down. And now it's a all the way. And I love that sound. I mean, it's just Danny Milivojevic sound. But I understand that no matter what, that I have to realize. Now I want to listen to this whole track now. And what's amazing is now I have to have a look at this over here. So I'm understanding either way. I can say now that is, I mean now that is something that happens, although it's actually going quickly. And now I never want it to go quickly here. So I have to place a cutoff frequency. And I have to do it right away. I have to do it right away because I understand either way. I want to hear it over here. Actually, that's excellent right here. Is an actual frequency that's giving me a chill mix right here. I can see it. I see now that's amazing right here. I said that's right here. I'm person. That's what I need. I said that's what I need, baby. Person, that's working for me right here. I mean, wow. I want to hear this. Person, now that right here. And guess what? Understand either way. It's showing me a little frequency over here. But guess what? Person, now that there is an excellent way to understand what's going on about the frequency over here. But guess what? Person, now it's more how it is. Understand? Person, mwah. Say moi. Say moi, baby. I say yes. I say moi, Jesus Christ. Say yeah. I love life. I love life. Now people are going to be like, what the fuck is going on with this track over here? No. They actually love this. They actually love this because I understand I love it. I love this. And now it's just a fucking, it's that kind of fucking sound. And it's just fucking really, really into your face, man. And people are fucking actually believing that this is a track or something. I mean, right here, I mean, now I understand that no matter what, I want this sound. I want to see this over here. So never placing and using a automation master EQ automation. I love that sound. I love it myself because it's teaching me something of a chill mix, and that's it. That's it. I want a chill mix like this. I say never placing a I say never placing a automation master EQ automation with frequencies, with the cutoff frequencies, with filter automations to make a chill mix always now by speed reading my music soundtrack with master EQ and different EQ methods to show people different EQ fades and reach out for a better way of life. See, now I'm just trying something here to be able to do something. I say never speed reading all my music chill mix. I say never speed reading all my music chill mixes. So I do better with audio sound to see how it all is, to do greater only to make a chill mix before the real mix of my soundtracks come along to do greater only for I. Say yes, I say never making my chill mix first before the real energetic mix with no automation comes along always. By making my music tracks breakdowns into big drops, into small drops, into breakdown. I understand either way that my tracks are breakdowns and then big drop and then small drop and then breakdown and then big drop and then small drop and then breakdown, and it's going like that the whole way through. You understand? I want to drop over here. I want to see this. I want to say, I say never doing I. I say I did write it down. Alright, now that's already done. Alright, now what I want to do here. I just want to show you this. Actually, it's giving me that kick. So as soon as you place some master EQ on it, and so far, so good, and it's really, really a chill mix from that point. I say never placing a master EQ in the soundtrack to make the kicks and drops all a chill mix, and so I do better. I say yes. I say never placing EQ and filters automations with filters and EQ and cutoff frequency automations to make chill mixes always. To have that Zonify sound works out for us. I have my own type of way to make music, guys, so I'm just different than all of you, so just realize that you have to find your own way to make music. So over here, I understand I have a nice and beautiful effect over here, but guess what? I said, nah, I realize I want to be making sure that this one just goes into the melody over here. I have a melody right here, so I make sure you understand that no matter what, that I want to make sure that you understand that it goes really, really EQ, and then it goes into the real sound for some reason, and then it goes into a melody, for example, into a breakdown. So I want to make that small drop that's actually hitting with the EQ go all the way, and then go into a real melody that's really loud, and that's what I'm saying. So while my nice and beautiful drop is playing, it's really with EQ automation, but then the EQ drops out, for example. I mean, it drops out and then starts showing me the real sound of that drop. I never want that at the moment. I want that to be in the second half of my track, where people can hear the real sound. So I make the EQ automation all the way to the second half of the track, so that when it starts the second half of the track, it's a real sound. And that's what I'm saying. So I want to place the EQ automation all the way, so that I can go and understand something that I can understand either way. And what's important is I want to make sure that you understand that I am always teaching, so I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to make a real sound only in the second half. But everything else, I want to remove the EQ only when it's the second half of the track. You understand? I mean, that's what I'm saying. So that's why sometimes you have to push the actual EQ just to the second half of the track to finish it there, right when the second half or second segment of your track starts. So the first half is different, and then the second half. And now in the second half of the track, there's no storyline in my I Die in Utopia track. But what's amazing is the first half and then the second half. Understand? So then what I do is I place a nice beautiful EQ, and then what I can do is I can slice the EQ just into the second half of the version. So that gives me the notion that it's the second half already. So I go all the way to the top with the EQ, and then I go, whoop, I EQ all the way down, and it goes into a second half. I mean, and I realize, and what happens is there comes a nice and beautiful breakdown. So if you do it, if you go one of these slices into the breakdown, I mean, guess what? I mean, it starts going like a into the breakdown, and now the breakdown, and the melody starts really going in terms of my track, goes dun 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 dun. I realize now that's an up. I mean, it's an up melody, but it's a simple, basic melody that you can hear, and that's why it's specific. I want you to hear it. So then I have a sound effect right where the slice comes. Then you hear the, I mean, there's a dinosaur going right away. I mean, that's excellent, isn't it? So make sure you understand that you have to go and really, really do that always. Whereas now here in the actual first half, I understand that I want to make my nice and beautiful EQ all the way up. And now, is that something that I want to keep on doing all the time? Actually, yes. I want to make this nice and beautiful habit of making this kind of habit always now. Actually, always. I promise you, although there's other ways to do it, but guess what? Actually, it's still a chill mix. Actually, it's a fast way to work. If you just go and play some EQ, in terms of master EQ, just go all the way up into your chill mix. And you'll show all the frequencies in that nice and beautiful chill mix, and it's more enough for you. Instead of you having to go this way and this way and this way and this way. So what you do is understand that it's going to have that one sound going. But there's so many other different ways that you can do it. And now, the only way that you can do it, that's the best way and the fastest way to work, is understand that just you go one incline up. Understand? Because it's just what you need. Always. I mean, it's always what you need. And that's it. I promise you, that's the only way I make my master EQ. But guess what? I promise you, that's how it is. I say, now, I understand that no matter what I say, never, I'm always understand, I'm learning something. I say, never making my master EQ automation go bottom to top in one straight line up to make a chill mix, always, only, to work music production faster as it works out for I. Now, since it works out for I, now there's a difference. So what I want to do is I want to make a cutoff frequency here. And now the cutoff frequency is at the beginning of my beautiful track area here, is I want to make sure that people understand it's a chill mix right away. I never want them to understand that it's a second half of the track right away. I want them to realize that automation is different. So because I understand it's different, then you can make a chill mix because it's different. I mean, you have to have a chill mix in the 1 hour set that you're making, because if it's going for 1 hour, I mean, fuck, I mean, let's go somewhere else, man. Because guess what? I mean, we have to fucking love a bit of chill mix, and goes I mean, wow, I mean, fuck. I mean, first it's a chill mix, yeah? And then it goes into a fucking real quickly. I mean, it goes really quickly into, it goes into a real quick and quickly type of manner where you're understanding that it goes into a real and type of quickly individual where you're understanding that no matter what, you're learning how to speak. And understand that either way, you're learning. So make sure you understand that what you need to do is focus on making sure that I want my nice and beautiful EQ method over here to just do something. So I wanted to make sure that I understand it's a chill mix. So I want to create another automation because I have a cutoff frequency over here already. So I want to make another automation, and I want to make sure that automation here is never ever bothering anything. So I want to have one EQ there. I want to have one frequency in terms of cutoff frequency in that, and I want to also have my nice and beautiful way of saying I want to have my resonance and all that in terms of my filters. I want to have all the filters of automation I can do on it. I want to have chorus. I want to have all the fucking nice and beautiful frequencies or whatever I can put in it to make sure that it's a denim Lloyd sound of Zonify, for example. So if you listen to my Zonify track and how it goes, I want to make something like that. But let's make it a bit different. I mean, let's do something a bit more different but similar. So understand either way that it's similar. Understand? So let's have a look. Understand either way. Alright, now that shows me that it's a chill mix, because straight away, if you have a cutoff frequency, for example, and you're showing people is something below that nice and beautiful frequency, then it does work. I promise you, it always works this way. Now, what's amazing about that is understanding that either way, I'm learning something right now. I'm learning that the actual frequency of the drop over here is what we're doing. I realize we're doing a drop over here. So since we're doing a drop, I understand that it's going to really, really hit. I mean, it's going to hit at the drop, and I want it to be a way to understand that it's going to be doing a better drop. I understand either way, I can feel this one. Alright, now I want to make sure that this sound over here can be heard in a way that is already, I mean, I want it to be already below of the frequency that I want it to be. I mean, now that there is excellent, but hold on. I want you to see this over here. I want this right away to be hitting over here. Alright, now that right there is excellent, but if I just keep it going upwards, I want to see this over here. Whereas now there's a big difference. There's a big difference. So if I just keep it at one level, for example, I can keep it at one level. Now if I do that, I want to try something out. So I keep it at this level, for example. I mean, if I keep it at that level, then I understand that it's just plain and simple, isn't it? I want to be able to make it fucking go up and down. I mean, I want to make sure that this fucking frequency here is going to go up and down, because if it's just all the fucking way through, then it's never really changing much. I want to fucking make it change. I want to fucking make it something like a resonance going on and stuff like that. So either way, what's important is understanding that you're always learning for yourself what to do, by making sure that you're using whatever you can to succeed. So make sure you understand to use some low pass filters as well, and understand that no matter what, that you have to make these automations come true in your life. And then understand that either way, that we're just going to test some stuff out over here to make a sound that's actually going to help us to grow our sound. So make sure I see now the resonance is actually what I need over here. I mean, wow. I mean, these filters are going up and down and up and down and up and down. And I can feel the track is shifting, and it's shifting and shifting. But now, since I understand the cutoff frequency here is at one level, I understand I can let it be at that level. I can let it be, but I want to understand to do something different. I want to go and understand that I want to make something of this track in a different way. See now, if you pull the nice and beautiful cutoff frequency all the way down, then you hear some other type of frequencies over here, and it's a nice and beautiful chill mix all the way down here. I mean, this is funky. I like it. I like the funkiness over here. But guess what? I realize it's just a chill mix. So if it's a chill mix, I mean, who gives a fuck about how it sounds, huh? Who gives a fuck about how it sounds? You understand? I mean, it may fucking look like... I mean, it's a chill mix, man. It's a fucking chill mix. I mean, fucking make it sound like however you want. You understand? I mean, yeah, because you're fucking already putting sound effects on it. So make sure you understand that you can fucking make chill mixes sound the fuck up in a way that it looks fucking different from the actual second half of your energetic track. I mean, in that sense, so I say never placing my chill mix to sound, however, with automation works out for I. That works for I. See, for I only. I say never placing my chill mix to sound however with automation works out for I. That works for I. Now that's how I understand my life. I just want to pause the video, guys, because I have to go to the toilet. I say, guys, so this is the continuation of my next series. So making sure that no matter what, that you guys understand that I want to go and make this nice and beautiful 137 BPM. That I want to make it a nice and beautiful way to just really, really vibe with me. Say, now that's the sound I want. I want that sound. because it shows me just that frequency I need. I mean, there's a certain frequency that the color frequency can give you. Is like, I mean, it's like a bubbly sound. But make sure you understand that you can remove that sound if you want. So make sure you understand that what you need out of your sounds is what's the best kind of clear sound of a frequency that you can give. So give clear sounds, even though it's a chill mix. I mean, make sure you're giving clear sounds. I see now, because the frequency is showing this, let's say, sound, I understand I can remove that sound, but it's really that there is a better sound than that. And there's always a better sound, so make sure you understand that you go and shape your nice and beautiful melodies into what you believe is the best sound. So if you can get a better sound in there, if you can get a better sound in the frequency of the color frequency with your filters, then go and do it right away. I mean, never stop. Make sure you understand to get the sound that you want over here. So understand this is the sound right here that I realize is giving me the best sound. Whoa. And that's excellent right there. I love that sound right here. I mean, that's a clear sound and it's crystal, man. I mean, that's something that I understand is a clear cut, man. I mean, that's something I enjoy. I enjoy so much music production like this. I can just realize I've been doing this for 3 years, straight up. I mean, every single day for 3 years. But it's been 6 years. I mean, it's been 7 years. But 4 years of that 4 years of the 7 years, I was never doing music production. I understand that. But either way, now I understand that 3 years into my music production, I'm making amazing music. I see now, it's never really giving me that sound anymore, is it? Whereas now I wanna make it even smaller. I wanna make my big drops a fucking small kick. I wanna make it such a small kick that people understand it's a fucking mini drop. Because when it's a mini drop, they expect there's a fucking bigger drop coming in the play. You understand? I mean, they expect the bigger drop coming into play. So what I do is I tease them for the first 25th minute. I tease them for the first 25 minutes with a small kick. And I make everything the small kick. And they're expecting a bigger kick all the time. I mean, they're expecting some fucking bigger kick to come, but it's a chill mix. And then the fucking bigger kick comes in the second half. Whereas now, I understand the filters here is something that I want to elaborate on. So I have to change the filters over here. Because the filters here are actually doing me a service, but it's really that I have to go and do a better job with the filters over here. Whereas it's showing me that fucking boom, 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 that actual real sound. So what I need to realize is I want to just drop it down a bit. I apologize for that. Whereas either way, now if you do that, then it drops everywhere. Whereas now either way, what I want to do is I can make a new filter sound over here. So I make myself new filter sounds. That's just different because it's just the way it is. I understand that. I understand either way. I want to just check it out. I want to see how it really sounds like this. I realize now, I could say that one there is actually giving me the sound I need. So I just copy the value and I make sure the value is all the same in my, or I make sure the value of my nice and beautiful frequencies, or I need my nice and frequencies, I understand either way. But what I can do here is I want to make sure that it's all crystal in a way that I'm learning. I want to be learning. I want to understand how I can undo this. I mean, guess what? Approach it's just much better, isn't it? Approach you must understand that I understand either way. Approach I say never making all my automations balancing in value. In percentage to do greater only for I. Alright, what's important, guys, is make sure that you're healthier and that you're never drinking alcohol or anything like that, and you're never going to the pub in the morning or something like that. I mean, make sure you understand that you never go drinking alcohol in the morning, because that way you're going to feel greater. So what I want to do is I want to just test out the sounds. And that sound right there is too loud. But I understand I want to make a chill mix from this one. I want to copy and paste this value here. I want to see what's going on with this value here. But I understand either way. I understand I can do better. I can do better. But I understand either way. I want to copy this value here. I want to copy it, and I want to understand that I just want to do something better with that. I want to make that kind of value the actual beat, and then understand that no matter what, that I can always do something to change up different automations to make sure that my mix is going to show different aspects of what's going on. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm always learning. I'm learning that right now. I'm understanding that if I just do that, for example, I want to see how it goes. So just keep going with the frequencies and just keep learning from different outcomes and what's happening with your frequencies. So I understand either way if I just do this. Whereas now that's something that is really, really quick, isn't it? But what I do with the chill mix is I remove the drops. I understand that what I want to do with the chill mix now is what you do with chill mixes really is never show them the real drops until it's actually happening. So remove certain aspects of the drops in your actual programs that you have in the second half and drop it down into something different. And just remove some arrangements from it. And that way it looks like a chill mix. You understand? But if you drop your real drops into the chill mix, then it sounds like something that is a chill mix. But if you drop it again in a bigger tone, actually now it works. Actually it does work. But let's remove our nice and beautiful drops that we made and all the actual arrangements from the second half of our music into something totally different. So what we're doing, I understand I make a real mix that's 30 minutes of pure energy. It's really going to pump in your head. I mean, it's going to pump in your face. And then I copy and paste that, and then it's 1 hour. But then I make 30 minutes of chill mix. And then I put the automations there to make a chill mix, but then I remove certain parts from that. I remove certain parts from that drop in the actual energetic real mix. I make a chill mix, but I remove certain aspects of that life. So make sure you understand I'm never killing anything, but let's say you have plan A and you have to make another. I mean, let's say plan A is the real drop. When you have the real drop, but let's copy and paste that real sound that you did just make out of the 30 minutes. And now we have two of those. But one's going to be a chill mix and one's going to be the real mix. Whereas now, since it's both the same, but this one here has automations. But it's the same setup and it's the same arrangement. But this one's going to sound much smaller than the second half. I mean, it's going to have a lower tone to it, but it's still the same arrangement. But let's remove certain aspects from this arrangement over here. I mean, let's remove 3 parts from this part, and now it never even looks the same anymore. It never looks the same, does it? because you are removing certain aspects from the chill mix in terms of the instruments, and you're removing them and you're making it progressive to make it a chill mix. And then it actually goes into the real part now. Understand? So you're making it like that. And that's how I understand every single day. That now I'm saying this now. I'm never going to, but I'm saying it now. I say never doing times 2 arrangements. So never doing times 2 arrangements to make a chill mix from the real mix with automation clips by removing also certain segments from the chill mix that is in the real mix to make it all sound different in my music soundtrack mix for I. See, that all rhymes together. I see now every single day. I say now I have a nice and beautiful melody going. Actually now I want to just a little bit, I want to do the automation first. So I'll do the automation first. And why do I do that? Because automation is going to teach me how to do the chill mix. I say never doing the automation clips first before removing the chill mix arrangement sequels into other patterns to make a chill mix for I. I say having, I show you this, I say having a chill mix. I say having a real mix. I say I'm always having a chill mix. I say having a real mix that is my chill mix in arrangement for I. So I never want my real mix to be my chill mix. I never want my real mix to have the same chill mix arrangement. I want my chill mix to have a different arrangement than my real mix, is what I'm saying here. So I'm just sorry, I'm always understanding I need a chill mix, I need to have a real mix. I want it to all be different. So I just use the real mix to create a chill mix. But I never make the chill mix first. I say over here, I say never, I say never, I say never, or better, I say making the chill mix first. So I do better for I say never making the real mix first for to do better for I understand that I talk this way. I talk this way because I learned something. And now it's more that I say what you never do below, and then I say never making the real mix first for I to do better for I. Actually, it's more enough for you guys to understand how I'm talking. I mean, you must understand it's just a way for me to express myself in a way that's going to work for me. So focus on understanding that what you need to do is switch off the heater altogether if it's hot for you, and then understand that no matter what, then now I'm much better at this. I'm making a nice and beautiful progressive part over here, and I'm really exciting myself here. So I want to see this. I'm also placing the filters at the bottom, and then I'm also going to rename them as well, and I'm renaming them also in a way that I just go and say over here, say resonance. I say I want to be able to do much better. I say resonance automation, and I place it as a color red, and then I place also filter. I say filter, which is the high pass, or is it low pass? So, I mean, this is the high pass. So I just place a high pass. I write actually high pass automation. I write it down, and also I just color it red. I color all my automation clips in one color, and I understand that somebody's calling me now. When somebody's about to call me, so guys, either way, you must understand that I have a nice and beautiful way of saying that I have to prepare for my phone call. So this woman's going to call me, and I'm understanding that either way, I have a date online with a woman. So I'm understanding I have to get her number and have to understand to really persuade her to be with me. So understand either way that she's going to call me. So either way, that's what's happening in 30 minutes time. So she's coming in 30 minutes. I mean, either way, I make sure I write something down. So I make sure that no matter what, that I'm learning how to really persuade myself to do better. So bandpass over here is the bandpass automation, and it's a red automation clip. And now I just color red, I color it yellow, I color all my automation clips in one color while I'm doing my nice and beautiful FL Studio remarks. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm never losing anything, but I want to make sure that I'm doing something along the way to make sure that I want to go and redo all of my nice and beautiful tracks over here to make sure I'm never losing a single aspect of life over here. I want to make sure that nothing else is over here. I want to make sure either way, what's important for myself is to keep growing. So I'm growing in a way that I want to make sure that my life is ahead of me. So when I do that, I'm making sure something is happening over here. So what I need to do is different aspects of life over here. So I'm understanding either way that what I need to do is grow and grow and grow and grow. So if you're growing all the time and you're focusing on a better way of life, understand that no matter what, you just go and really understand that you need to go and just check before you're actually deleting the channel racks, because you never want to delete some instruments from your actual plugins in terms of your DAW, in terms of your digital audio workstation and your soundtracks. So I say never checking my total soundtrack layouts before deleting my layout, instrumental and vocal rack for I to do better, only for I can feel chocolate in my mouth. I mean, what does that mean? I have this, like, I have better than chocolate, but I understand that it's really this nice and beautiful taste in my mouth about life. Whereas now I see resonance automation. I have to do it all over again, but guess what? I mean, either way, just make sure that you're showing yourself what is what's inside of your music setup. But everybody is different in the way they create music, and make sure you understand that you have to be different. I mean, you have to be different when you're making music, and you have to understand that you never can sound like anybody else. I say high pass automation. I mean, that's like me talking just like Jesus Christ, for example. But understand that I have to talk differently than Jesus Christ, but I have to follow Jesus Christ. I mean, you understand? I have to speak different words in my lifetime. I mean, understand? I mean, we're all speaking the same words, but it's really, we're using different sentences because nobody else has done this video, for example. So if I had done this video because I did copy somebody else, I mean, make sure you understand, I never copy other people. So I copy Jesus Christ exactly in terms of his habits, but in terms of words, I may do something different. So Jesus Christ has never gave these words in the planet. I understand, in terms of how I've done it today. I understand, so it's different, isn't it? But he also does things in the same regard and in the same patterns of habits as I do, but we're just using different words is what we're doing. Whereas now, I see bandpass automation over here, but I'm much more, let's say, empathetic about what I'm doing around music production today, and I'm much more happier because I can make music now. I can make music, and it feels good. So no matter what, I want to go and make sure that I can do this. Whereas now that right here. Whereas now that's giving me that sound. Whereas that's a perfect sound right here. So I want to show everything that I'm doing all the time. And I want to make sure that kind of sound comes into my nice and beautiful sequence right here. Because it shows me some little cutoff frequency at the bass line. I realize now I just do that, and I just need to just keep going, because either way I want to make sure that if you want to make a chill mix and you want to make a difference as well, then you can also remove certain parts of the actual chill mix, and you can show people different frequencies as well if you want to do that. And now I understand that what's important for myself is understanding that if I want to make a certain effect chain, I can make a certain effect chain. But either way, I just keep doing the automations, and then what I do from the automations is I make sure that I want to maybe change a frequency or something like that. But first, I enable it to be all the same in regards to, let's say, the cutoff frequency is going to be all the way the same. And then I do all the nice and beautiful, let's say, resonance the same way. And then I may change it somewhere along the lines. I mean, so I'm just going with the vibe for now. I'm just making sure that I can just keep going and make it all the way. But what's happening is the frequency cutoff of my nice and beautiful, let's say, my nice and beautiful automation clip, in terms of the master EQ automation clip, is actually coming up, and it's actually changing the track along the way. So that's the kind of vibe I'm looking for. So I'm understanding that either way, that since this cutoff frequency is coming here, I need to come and place this cutoff frequency at the bottom over here, so it's never in the way of anything. And now, since I do that, I want to make sure that my nice and beautiful track is labeling itself much better. And then I understand that I always use all the automations of the filters. And now there's a low pass filter I have to use as well. So I have to use that I have to use the low pass filter, because that's going to help me with the frequencies over here. So no matter what, I want to show frequency cutoff. I want to make sure I'll show all the frequencies in my track as much as I can. And that's the whole point. So now at the moment, I promise you I can do so much better than this. I can do so much better than this. I understand that there's always a fluctuation I need in my nice and beautiful track here, and I need to do better, because I can see the fluctuations going and what's happening in the track. I can see that there's a better way, and there's a better way over here I can do. So I see cut off frequency automation. So I want to be making sure that no matter what, the Jesus Christ is saying excellent. So make sure they understand that when you're looking at your automations and how your track is vibing with the frequencies, you can always see it. I mean, you can see exactly where the frequencies are. So make your chill mix so frequency based. I mean, you understand? And then either way, with the actual mix, I mean, just make it clean mix with the real mix. Understand? So make sure that way you're always learning and growing. So no matter what, I just go and place this nice and beautiful content right here. I mean, if somebody never calls you because they have an appointment with you, then guess what? I mean, just forget about it. I mean, just go and do go and do your content, and that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, what's going on around here? I mean, now this is something that did happen. I mean, what did happen around here? I mean, now that is something that is changing and it's shifting, and I want to make sure that no matter what, then my nice and beautiful frequencies over here are all happening in different ways. So I let that be. I let it be. I can understand that either way. You can always understand how to do better. But your nice and beautiful, let's say, master EQ is going to tell you where exactly you are in the track, because if you understand you're doing a slow incline up the nice and beautiful track, then it tells you exactly where you are in the track. So understand that you must never ever place a frequency of an automation clip like that and then like this in terms of automation. So let's say that's your automation clip in terms of line. We never ever cross and side cross that frequency. So that frequency has to be just for that part, but never ever place another frequency of the same caliber over that frequency. So let's say you have a nice and beautiful frequency or a cutoff frequency that goes like this, and it's one line down, but never go place another one of those frequencies of that nice and beautiful automation clip to go this way this time, because then it crisscrosses. And when it crisscrosses in automation, then it cuts off the frequency and nothing works. So never ever place automation on top of automation, ever, is what I'm saying. I mean, never ever crisscross your automation clips. I mean, make sure everything's side by side and never touching. I mean, never ever touch the automation clips. I mean, make sure it's always away from each other as much as possible, because you never ever want to cut the frequencies, because then nothing works. Then nothing works if you are cutting frequencies from your track. You understand? Alright, now I want to save this as a new version. So you can save as new version or you can save as, but I go save as, for example. So it went 61 and 61 underscore 2, but then I want to make 62 now. I just want to make 62. Then sometimes I place master file and I say 62 dash master file. And why is the master file? Because that's the most recent file. And now I'm just copying and pasting this whole big bunch of, let's say, nice and beautiful frequencies all the way, by making sure that no matter what, that if you realize something about life, then talk to everybody in a positive way and always just be making sure that you're just loving and all that. And just make sure that you have something to say. So if you understand every single day that you speak more than other people in different ways, then you understand that you are positive. Actually now that's where I need to understand that right here. Now that is that. Alright, now that's crisscrossing over here. I see my actual, let's say, I see my actual automation clips over here is actually never crisscrossing anymore. It was crisscrossing before. Alright, now this over here is something I need to raise the bar on my actual frequencies over here. And I want to make the full audio track over here where it's actually coming up. And it's all side by side, and it's all the balancing nice and beautiful value that I need in a track, and making sure that no matter what, that I learn much more about it all. So it's always been a dream come true to understand that no matter what, that I'm in the phase of life where I can make music, and that's the best thing about life. And let's just remove the filter over here, and Whereas now I understand that chill mix there. I understand that there's so much more better that I can do. But what I understand about this frequency over here is it's so quiet. I mean, it's so quiet that there's hardly anything happening in the track. And now if it's so quiet, I realize if your mix is so quiet, yeah, I mean, yes, it is a chill mix, but it's so quiet. I mean, everybody's passing out. I mean, everybody's passing out in the chill mix, man. I mean, people are just like, fuck. I mean, they're so, let's say, upset. They're upset that they came to see you. I promise you. Because if you make it so quiet, and you make your chill mix so quiet, so what you need to do is make it in a way it's fucking just going like this. So what I do is I get the automation filter over here. I get the actual nice and beautiful pulse wave of the nice beautiful way of saying that I get the parametric EQ2, and I place a wave automation, and it's just going to go like this. And now I want to use the wave, for example. So alright, now that's actually waking me up. I mean, there's an actual frequency that's going like this, and it's actually something that is nice, but now is it doing the job for me? Actually, no. And why is that? Because it's just fucking always just doing that. And it's just fucking, I mean, let's just say I have to do a better job. I have to do a better job. And yes, it's so nice to have that nice and beautiful way of method. But if you change up your nice and beautiful method of persuasion here, where you're going to change up your frequency methods in different ways, then it sounds good if you're understanding that. I mean, so what I can do is I make different patterns. So I can actually do that. But I understand that no matter what, it's something I can do. But if I really, really go another way, then it's always changing in different ways. But I understand either way that I want to go and just, I realize something now. I realize that if I do that, I understand I have to go and change it up. I have to change it up totally. But that alone never does the job for me. So let's just go and change it up. I mean, let's just go and change it up altogether. So I just do this over here. Alright, now why is that? I mean, so it's just very plain and simple. I mean, just going up and down and up and down and up and down. So what do I need over here? I need to be making sure that my color frequency is at least fucking showing the whole part over here. Because understand that if you're placing so much frequencies that's going certain ways and certain ways and certain ways all the time, then it's plain and simple, isn't it? So what I need to do is I need to raise the actual cutoff frequency here. I have to raise the cutoff frequency over here. So let's have a look over here at what I can do with the cutoff frequency. And I want to make sure that I can hear the track a bit. I say now that, I say no, I say no, I say no. I say that's really disgusting because it's not, I say it's not that sound. Alright, now what I want to do is I want to let it be. I want to go and just keep tweaking. I want to keep tweaking this nice and beautiful mix. And I want to make sure that what I'm doing over here is something that's going to work. So I'm just tweaking it and tweaking and tweaking it. I can say here, I can say it's actually working with the actual band Q in terms of the band EQ. So what I need to do is the actual cutoff frequency here is something I need to do. So I want to make sure that I can just go and do that. So I want to make sure that it's really the cutoff frequency here. So what I do is I just drop it a bit. I can hear the actual frequency of the cutoff is never that good. So let's have a look over here. I say that's never working for me though. I say no. I say it's excellent. And that is excellent for me. I mean, why is it excellent? Because it's fucking excellent in the way that I understand that it's the frequency I need. It's that frequency. I need that frequency in my life. But now, since I understand that it's that kind of frequency all the way, but it's that kind of frequency I need. It's that that's the frequency. So what I want to do is I want to remove now certain aspects from my track. And I want to show people different aspects of my track here. And I want to make sure that I remove the actual pad gate. I never want that pad gate being in the actual track over here. So I mean, it's sounding much better now. I mean, it's sounding much better. But let's have a look over here. Whereas now, if I just go shifting my EQ, really, if I really teach you this now, that if you go and get the EQ and master EQ and just do it yourself and just draw it, oh shit, it's the best. I mean, never ever go automation, automatic technology stuff. I mean, go and manually do it. I mean, it's much better. I say never using my automational master EQ clip manually only to make my music track vibe at the frequency I must. say now. I mean, you guys remember when I was saying make one nice and clip like this all the way up? But I should never do that again. We never do it because just draw it now. I mean, just draw your actual automational clips is the best way. I say making a bottom to upper incline going from bottom to the top in automation with master EQ via a chill mix ever again to manually draw my soundtrack for I say never manually drawing my soundtracks with master EQ automation as it works out for I. And now since I'm teaching you that, I understand that now I have a better time. I have a better time with myself because the past 2 hours of my nice and beautiful soundtracks in my 2 EPs that I just made in 1 month, I'm saying either way that I'm making better than that by making sure that no matter what, I realize that I now want to draw my nice and beautiful soundtrack. But what I want to do first is I want to go and understand to arrange my nice beautiful track the way I want it. So I understand that if I start it like this, I want to just remove my actual clips now. So since I remove my automation, I want you to understand that you never ever place automational clips before you do your arrangement. I mean, first do the arrangement of the actual chill mix and then do the actual automational clips is what I'm learning because it's much better and you can understand to listen to the full track of what you want in a chill mix first and then place the automation clips. And it's much better for you. I say never placing the chill mix arrangement first before doing the automation for my chill mix as shown to do better only for I say never making all my automations different in different segments of my music track to make it all better and for I can say that what I did say is I want to make all my nice and beautiful soundtracks different in automation in every single segment of my track. I mean, that's it. I mean, make sure you're giving people the straight ideas. But for myself, it's much more, I'm giving you the ideas in regardless. I mean, whatever I just said is what it just is. I mean, you guys can understand it regardless in any kind of way that I say it. But it's so simple to understand that. He does give you the ideas. So make sure you're always learning yourself into the best potential. So I have a nice and beautiful phone call coming up. And I want to be able to pick this one up. So I'm understanding that she's going to call me in 6 minutes. So make sure either way, I'm much more preparing myself. So I want to go and really just mute all the actual automational clips so that I can go and make my nice and beautiful, let's say, arrangement. Right, now what I did say is I want to make sure that my arrangement is done first in a chill mix before I place automation into it. Before I place automation inside of my nice and beautiful tracks, that I want to make sure that my arrangement in the chill mix is done before my automations come into the process and before my master EQ comes into the process. I say placing my master EQ manually via automation before the chill mix is done for I. I say now, I say placing automation into the second half of my music soundtracks ever again. So I do better only for I, to do better only for I. I say placing my master, EQ into the real soundtrack that is full sound in my soundtrack, and into the second half of my music soundtrack that is the full version arrangement and sound, to make it pump and to make it energetic, to do greater only for I. I understand every single day, so I'm always preparing for myself, and regardless of what's happening, I'm always ahead of the game. So I'm muting my actual automation clips over here before I start arranging. So I want to mute all the automation clips so they have no effect on my track. So then I can go and arrange my chill mix or my soundtrack to make sure that no arrangement, in terms of to make sure that no automation is coming in to the track while I'm arranging my chill mix, because I want to be making sure that I hear the full sound before the sound effects of the automation comes in, so that I can see what's going on in the track. I say never muting all my automation clips. I say never muting all my automation clips while making my chill mix arrangement, to be able to hear it all for I, to do greater only for I. Whereas now, if somebody never calls you because you expect them to call, I mean, guess what? I mean, then they fail you. I mean, but if you understand that they're going to call you, then it's like, I mean, you have to expect it to happen. So make sure you understand that. I mean, make sure you understand every single day to focus on your life and focus on just calling yourself in a way that you're doing greater. And once you're doing greater, just focus on yourself and understand that I am always doing greater. I'm always doing a better job for myself. So I'm focusing on something that I love to do. I'm understanding now. I want to hear this. So now I just want to make this progressive, so let's have a look over here. I understand this one over here. I can say I want to remove this one over here. And now make your chill mix in a way that it's going to vibe with you, in a way that it's all working together. And then I understand either way that this one is coming in. So I can remove this one, for example. And I can understand that I just speak over it. And I'm just doing anything random over here. And then I'm understanding that either way that this oscillator can actually come in to the mix over here, for example. So I'm just realizing something over here. Understand that it's something new, and understand that no matter what, that this one can come in here. And I'm making sure that my chill mix is progressing into something. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that I can play that one there. I can make sure that this chill mix over here is coming in. I'm making sure that no matter what, that something's happening. I see it's 11 p.m. Alright, now every single day, that what you need to do is always arrange a time limit, or have no time limits in your life, but make sure that you realize that somebody is always going to understand that they have to call you. So what you do is switch off the videos and switch off everything you have, so you can expect a phone call for a bit. And if they never call you, then just go and do you. I mean, you guys understand, because you have a video coming up and you have somebody of a meeting coming up. So just get off a phone call, in terms of get off the video that you're recording so you can go and pick up the phone call. Or else, although what's important is just pause the video just quickly so you can speak to somebody, and that's it. And then just repause and reopen the video and just press play in terms of start recording again your video. So I just press pause and then I play to unpause it to just continue my program over here. So what I do is I pause my video and then I unpause it and then we just continue. I understand that this one is never calling me, so guess what? I mean, let it be. I mean, what's amazing is understand that no matter what, if somebody fails you like that, then guess what? I mean, it's never you. You must understand that it's more other people in a way that they just never want to call you and they never want to do their passion. And either way, just focus on yourself. But make sure you understand that no matter what, you focus on making sure that I'm making my nice and beautiful content over here. So I want to be making sure that I can hear it. So I want to make sure that I'm talking over it in a way that I'm learning how to really understand my nice and beautiful passion. So I want to start all over again because I understand that either way, I want to make sure that my nice and beautiful track is working. So I want to make sure that I can see this happening over here. I can say that's nice and beautiful right here. So I want to make sure I'm talking over the track in a way that I feel this one is happening right here. And so no matter what, I want to focus upon hearing those nice and beautiful vibes from the Master EQ while I'm painting it in a different manner. And I want to understand either way that's something I can feel as well. So I'm focusing on making sure that people can hear my frequency or the Master EQ going on because they understand it's a chill track. And even though it's really you're hitting it and you're hitting it in terms of you're automating your nice and beautiful track to the point that people can actually dance to it and people can vibe to it. I mean, understand? Because that's the whole point. Just always automate everything manually so you can understand. That's the whole point. So this one here is understanding that either way, I have to understand that one there. I have to understand that one there is something different. So I understand either way it does work for I understand. Now I can let that be. I can let that be like this, for example. So let's just do that, for example. I'm making sure that people can understand that it's a chill mix, for example, because as soon as I understand that people can see that I'm doing a nice and beautiful job over here, I'm making sure that people can hear that. I'm making sure every single day I have something nice and beautiful to say all the time. I'm making sure that people can just go and understand something about this, man. I mean, what is this, man? I mean, that right here. I mean, that right there. I mean, that's something I want. I want that. I mean, it's just like, just something that I really feel that is just my nice and beautiful vibe over here. Actually, that's something that's showing all the frequencies here. I'm actually enjoying this right now. I'm making sure that no matter what I'm speaking over it in a way that I want to keep that nice and beautiful line going right up here. I want to make sure that people are just very high on life over here. I want to make sure that people are hearing this nice and beautiful sound over here. I want to make sure to just keep going right here, and I want you just to keep going and keep going and keep going. I want you to keep going. I feel this vibe right here. I feel the vibe right here, and I want you to drop it right here. I drop it down right here. I drop it down right here, and let's do this right here. I mean, yeah, baby. Now I say, go back up straight away. Go back up. Go back up right away. And now that's what I'm talking about. And now I apologize for that one. Alright, if you just do that, for example. Now why is it doing that? For some reason, I understand that my nice and beautiful tones over here is changing. So either way, I want to make sure I'm doing my job over here. I make sure something over here is really, let's say, going and doing a job over here. So make sure this one over here can drop over here, for example. Make sure now I understand this one over here. Make sure I drop this one over here. So I want to be making sure this one here. Alright, now I just make sure I repeat it sometimes. I repeat my nice and beautiful automation EQ. I'm listening. I'm making sure that no matter what, that this one is going to be something I need. Making sure we're listening over here, and now just I keep going, bam, 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 and I want it right here. I want one right here. That one right there is got to. I mean, that's something nice and beautiful. And now, either way, I just make that pump a bit, I make it pump a bit, I make it one right here. I make sure to bump that one there, and just let it drop. I make that one drop, boom, I love that one. And whoa, I mean, how do you do that? And that's nice and beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, that's nice and beautiful right here, I love that one. So make it go back up again. I mean, make it go back up again, I like that one. And then I do a nice and quick one right here. I mean, that's really close vibe over here. I want to make sure, either way, I love that one there. I love to do that one right here. I want to see this one over here. I'm pushing now. This is something that's going, I mean, what is happening around here? Or now, or else, why not? I mean, why not? I mean, why not? Why not? I mean, now we're talking, and that one's going to go right here. I like that one there. I like that one there. I want to just extend that one there. I want to make sure I keep it a bit level. I keep it a bit level over here. So I want to understand. I want to just go from that point. I want to go up a bit. I want to go up a notch. I want to go up a notch. I mean, just a bit. I mean, just a bit, and just go and go. Keep going upwards a bit more. I keep going a bit upwards, and let it be that way, and just let it drop down. And let it drop down a bit. I understand. I'm understanding that right here is. Alright, now that is what I need. I need that nice and beautiful drop right here. I'm understanding that I want to drop, and alright, now that kind of drop right here is actually something that I want to go and improve upon. I want to make it longer. I want to make a longer kind of incline over here. So around here somewhere I can do it. I can now say that right there is a nice and beautiful way to have a nice and beautiful tone, baby. Actually, now that's how. So what I want to say is I want to make sure that you understand how I'm doing this. So what I'm doing is I'm making a nice and beautiful rhythm of my nice and beautiful automation clips to make sure that it's all 0% coming up, and then I can go and just press up here, and it's going to go like that. So since my automation clip is going always triangles inside of the freaking automation clip, so what I do is I click it and I fucking drag it all the way down to make it 0% on the automation clip, so that I can fucking go and draw it in terms of, so I can draw my soundtrack in terms of my EQ. So I say never dropping my automation clips to 0% to be able to draw my soundtrack as shown for I. I say as shown for I understand that automation. I understand that either way. I say as shown, like, I mean, as I see right now. So I'm just learning from it. So now I understand either way. And since I'm drawing this nice and beautiful track, it's really, really vibing. I can see Jesus Christ is vibing with this, man. And either way, I'm much greater now actually talking on the actual camera while I'm doing this. So it's really, really fun to do it. And I'd rather do it without Facebook Live and all that. So I realize now I can do it one time, but I understand for now, I understand that I never want to do it. I never want to go on Facebook Live and Instagram Live to do this. I say going on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube Live while teaching people music production to do greater only for I. So that's what I believe. I mean, I understand either way. I want to be able to do my music production like this in teachings privately, and that's it. I say never doing my music production videos and audio programs and my Mega Drive alone by default is best. Fine. Alright, now I want to be making music alone. I never want other people around me when I'm making music. I mean, you can just imagine fucking idiots when they're around me smoking cigarettes and doing bong and fucking alcohol and drugs, and they're fucking around a woman while I'm doing this. I mean, fuck off. I mean, now let's have a look at this. Alright, now that's excellent for me. I want to be making sure I'm much greater in terms of my persona over here. what I'm doing. So I'm learning on understand that right there is something I really need in my life. I need that in my life. I realize I can feel that. I want to keep this nice and beautiful sound going a bit. Whereas now I want to see this one right here. I want to focus right here. I want to just bring a slow incline right here, for example. I mean, and just bring it down and back. I just bring it back. I'm bring it a bit down. Say yes. Say why not? I mean, that's a nice, beautiful incline right here. And let's have a look at what's going on over here now. See, something else is happening around here. So this is something different now. See, now, since that's different, I'm understanding either way. I want to just let it be for now. Alright, now a little bit. Alright, now that's excellent. Alright, now my soundtrack is sounding excellent now in terms of the nice and beautiful incline of the nice and beautiful drawing of my automation clips inside of my master EQ. So my master EQ is in the master channel. And once I EQ it, then the whole mix is sounding like that. So it sounds like there's something going on in the track. So now I want to make sure that I'm placing my nice and beautiful, let's say, resonance and all this, and I want to do it together. So let's have a look. I always do my nice and beautiful resonance and also my filters together in terms of my high pass and band pass and resonance is always automating in the same function. And I want that to happen for myself because I understand I want it to go up and down. So I understand it's the must see of what you need because it's going up and down all the time. So I say never doing my band pass and high pass and resonance together via same patterns that fluctuates in my music soundtracks up and down always to do greater only for I. That's that. So no matter what I'm doing, I'm always learning about life. I'm placing all my filter automations in the master channel always. I'm always doing that. So I just say that. I say never placing my filter automations in the master channel always to do greater only for I. Now let's have a look. I have to hear this. I have to pull it up. I have to pull my nice and beautiful melodies up over here. I want to see what's going on. I can say now with the resonance and high pass and band pass filters, Roshi only ever works with the cutoff frequency. Understand? So make sure you understand that. And now we're going to turn on the actual cutoff frequency and let's have a look now. I can hear my sound, and now so far the sound is, let's say, going in a direction that is excellent for me. So what I want to do is I want to draw different patterns of frequencies, of cutoff frequencies into my track over here. Because I understand that so far, that is excellent. I love it for a bit. But then if it keeps on fucking repeating all the way, then fucking no way. Understand? I mean, if it goes and I realize if it goes all the fucking way in that track, so I make it just be for a bit. I want to draw this nice and beautiful frequency over here. I want to make sure that it's just different in terms of what's happening around here. I just let it be for a bit, I let it be, I let it be. I can change it right here. I can do some nice and beautiful different incline over here. I can do that. Whereas now I can see that. I can see the actual sound of how it sounds. So people are like, yeah, I like this fucking sound. I like this fucking sound. I mean, and then I want to fucking change the sound. And let's have a look over here. mean, now that is much better. And I want to just change this sound, for example. I want to make sure that I'm using different patterns over here. So let's have a look. I'm actually doing much better here. See, now that's excellent right here. I understand there's something fucking fluctuating in the fucking track, and it's fucking excellent. I mean, what the fuck is going on in the track? I mean, what the fuck is this mix going on? I mean, what the fuck is going on in this shit? I mean, guess what? I mean, nothing shit, but what the fuck is going on in the mix? I want them to say that, because I want them to be curious. I mean, make people beg the question about you. I mean, make people beg the question about what the fuck is going on in your track. I mean, make them ask the question. I mean, make them ask a question about your life. I mean, make them ask a question about what's going on in your mix. Because that way they're going to be curious about it. So make sure it's fluctuating like that. I mean, make sure that you beg the question of what the fuck's going on in the music. I can bring my sound down just a bit of a notch, just a bit down over here. I understand there's a high frequency that's going all the way up, and I want to just bring it down a bit. See, now that frequency is excellent, and now I want to go and change it up a bit. I want to change this nice and beautiful frequency, and now I understand either way that it's really, really vibing right now with what I mean that is vibing with the way it is. So let me just make a pattern over here. I mean, let me just make the previous pattern over here, and then we can do something different. I mean, let's just keep fluctuating it differently. Whereas now that sounds excellent to me, but I want to listen to the full version. So always keep repeating the track and see, does it really, really sound like the way you want. So be actually always talking about what you're actually learning and keep repeating the track and talking over it. So you can really, really sound it to see, is it really the understanding of what you want in your chill mix. So let's have a look over here. So I'm understanding that's nice and nice and nice. Whereas it's vibing and it's showing me the low tone over here with the color frequency. And I did raise the high frequency pass and all the band pass and high pass and resonance in terms of resonance all the way up. So I can hear in terms of what's going on around here. So it's actually slowing down my track, and my nice and beautiful track is working, and it's really, really going, and it's really, really vibing with me right now. So it's actually going and going and going. So I'm talking over and talking over. I'm looking to see what's happening over here. I mean, something's happening over here. I mean, that's boom, boom, boom. I realize now that's actually working for me again. And now all I can do is I can really, really understand to make a different kind of incline over here. I understand that's really working for me. I'm understanding now that right here, I mean, it's starting to get boring for me. I promise you, it's starting to get boring for me from this point. So I want to just go and change it. I want to change a nice and beautiful frequency over here. And I want to place this one as a unique kind of frequency. But it's actually working for me. I understand that either way, that it's a yes. So what I want to do is I want to make this kind of incline. So let's have a look over here in terms of how this actually works and how is it going to vibe. And let's have a look over here. I want to make sure that my nice and beautiful tracks are vibing. So let's have a look over here. I understand that I feel that other people are looking at what I'm doing in daily life, so I'm focusing on understanding that it's much more popularity that's coming my way. So let's have a look over here. Alright, now that's amazing. I love this kind of fluctuation going over here with the color frequency is very different. And let's have a look over here. I see. It's, again, that freaking frequency is so loud. So what I want to do is I want to just copy and paste the value of my previous value that I did before into another type of sequence. So I can bring that frequency down in terms of the frequency, because it's too loud in the actual ears. I want to raise that nice and beautiful frequency down just a bit more in terms of a notch. So I just want to notch it down a bit much more, and I want to place it on, let's say I want to go on 83%, for example. Let's say 83%. I want to hear it now. Always be able to go and just pause it while you're actually speaking to people, and also be able to understand what you're saying, and also be able to talk in terms of the words, in terms of it specifically on what kind of percentage you want. Before you even put your nice and beautiful frequency on certain percents, just say what kind of percent you want, and then go and do it. Understand? Never ever put on 83% without you saying so. Understand? So make sure you understand that either way, I want this one to be actually over there as well, because I understand either way that it's something that I feel that is necessary for myself. So I focus on understanding to do it, and then I want to focus upon listening to everything now. I want to see this. Alright, the reason I'm doing that is so that I can learn something about the frequency change over here, so I can learn something about what's going on. So make sure you're always learning about what you're doing. So focus on understanding that once you create the chill mix, then you understand every single day that you did do the full mix already, and just make sure that you have 3 massive drops in your actual tones. Have 3 massive drops only inside of your mix, and 3 massive mini drops only, but everything else is a chill mix. So that's it. Alright, now why do you do that? Why do you do that? Why do you do 6 in terms of drops, in terms of why do you do 3 mini drops and 3 large drops that have no automation in your track? Because it's the fastest way, and it's the best way to understand that if you have 3 drops, then make 3 mini drops. In terms of if you have 3 big drops, then make 3 mini ones. Because in the mini drops, you can add something different. And keep fluctuating your music, because that's the way you have to understand how to live life. See, as my nice and beautiful track is fluctuating over here, I'm listening, and my EQ is actually playing in a nice and beautiful frequency range. And I'm listening to the sound, and how's the sound over here? I'm saying it's excellent sound over here. I like it. And then I can talk over it like this as well. So I'm learning how to speak as I'm really doing my nice and beautiful music production. So that's all excellent. That's all excellent right here. So I'm actually learning how to fluctuate my music while my actual automation clip, in terms of my EQ master channel, so my EQ master automation clip, is showing me that kind of frequency that I need, and it's actually showing me that nice and sound right here. It's actually something in terms of real, let's say, understand either way that it can actually hurt. So understand that no matter what, I want to go and lower the tone. I want to understand either way. I want to make it 80%. I want to make this 80% right here. I want to make that tone 80%, because there's a certain frequency that just is fucking like too much jingle in your ears. So I want to just hear it again over here. I say now, I can see the actual sound over here. I can see that when I really understand that sound, I can hear it again, but is it really that? I say it's that kind of sound. I realize now it's something like a sound, but what I need to do over here is understand that I can let it be. I can let it be, because this is, it's a sound, but either way, I understand that no matter what, I can just go and lower it just a bit more. Let's just say, just go in 70, let's go 75%. 75% shall do it. 75% frequency over here. Let's have a look over here. Let's have a look now. And I have to keep talking over it, so I can learn something about what I'm doing over here. So I'm focusing on understanding that it's just like that, isn't it? Either way, what I'm going to do is I'm letting it be now. I'm understanding that either way, I can hear that sound again, but it's something to do with that kind of frequency range. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm learning something in the process of what I'm doing. So I want to make sure that I'm always learning my nice and beautiful art of vocabulary. So let me just change the frequency of that actual frequency with the actual master EQ instead. So I'm tackling it in a different manner. So let's have a look over here. So I want to make sure either way that I'm doing something different over here, making sure that it's going up and it's going up and it's going up. So I have to listen to the track again, of course, but I want to understand to see that sound and where is it. I want to see this one over here is nice and nice and nice and nice and nice and nice. I see that's excellent, isn't it? Actually, that's actually teaching me now what I need to do. And that's now something that I want you to understand. I want you to understand that what you need to do is, if the cutoff frequency is never, let's say, removing that sound for you, then go and change either the master EQ frequency, in terms of the automation of the master EQ, or change the resonance and the filters and lower it down a bit. So, I mean, that way that sound never pops up. And now I say never using and doing the EQ automation, then filter automation, that is never the cut off frequency automation to remove a certain sound, so it all sounds better in my ears with sounds for I, as shown for I. So I see, so now I say filter, I could say now I have to go and focus upon understanding that what I need to do is let that be, but I want to raise the vibe over here again. I want to raise the vibe, and I want to go and understand that I have to start again, but I want to go from this point. So I just go from the point of no return, and I make sure that I'm going and I raise that nice and beautiful vibe once again to the actual percentage of where I need it. So I understand 83% is more than enough for me. I understand either way that 83% is something that I want to understand, but this one's 75%, so I just raise it back to 83%. So I want to understand that I want to keep my automation balancing. So that's the whole point. I want to see this over here. See, that's excellent. I understand it's straight away telling me that there's a nice and beautiful automation clip going. So the nice and beautiful way of understanding that your track must go high incline right away into your chill mix is the best way to understand that people can understand it's a chill mix straight away. I say over here, I say never making a high incline into a lower incline to make sure people can understand it is a lower chill mix. In a way, it's a chill mix to do greater only for I see now. See, that is actually vibing with me. I promise you now. I can hear these sounds over here. I can see that's all vibing with me. Actually now, I understand that no matter what, that this is something that I understand that either way that it's really going for me right now. Actually now, that is different. I say that's different over here. Actually now, either way, I can see now that's a sound right here. Actually, that's something right here. I can hear that sound right here. So that's something, that sound right now. I can change it with my actual master EQ right now. So I want to see this over here. Alright, it's right here. I mean, what is this over here? I mean, I can see this over here. I want to see how the channeling of sound actually happens. I see, that's the key. Actually, the key is when you're understanding that your actual frequency of the sounds happens with the master EQ, and it never happens with the actual cutoff frequency. So it's actually that you listen to the track and hear where that fucking jingle is, which is so fucking loud in a high frequency that it's all in your fucking ear. I mean, just lower the fucking master EQ in terms of the master freaking automation on that sound, so that you have a cleaner mix. So I say never automating. Never automating with my EQ to parametric EQ to via FL Studio. The high frequency sounds via automation by lowering high I remember this nice and neat way to say that no matter what, that it's really, I'm a vegan, but I understand that either way I have this craving to eat something of meat before. I understand that no matter what, I never need it. But what's amazing is now I understand that what I'm learning, and what I'm really learning, is I'm just lowering the sounds over here in the actual EQ in terms of what I'm doing. So that's what I just wrote, to just make sure I'm learning how to just do that for myself. So I understand that either way, what I want to do is I want to just make that my pattern. I want to make my pattern in a way that is just fluctuating in different manners to make sure that my chill mix is happening. So my chill mix is happening right now, but I understand that either way, I want to go and fluctuate my 4 different ways of shaping my sound over here with the EQ. So first it goes just like this 4 times with my frequency EQ, and then it goes like a triangle, and then it goes back to the low one, and then it goes like this. I mean it's different shapes. I'm making different shapes of EQ to make different sounds, to make a nice and beautiful vibe of chill music that I can listen to, that actually works for me and never other people. I'm never making it for other people. I'm never making my track for other people, man. I'm making it for so I can succeed, so I can go the world traveling and making my music, and that's it. I never make my music for other people. So the important thing of life is, I can say, is make your own music and never make other people's music. I mean, now I'll let it be this way for now. I want to listen to the full track over here in the chill mix over here, and let's have a look. So yeah, baby, I feel great now. I understand that. So I want to be talking over it over here. I understand that straight away, the high incline of a automational clip goes into the mix right where the kick is, and it's a small kick right away. And I understand because of the master EQ frequency, and then I'm learning how to actually speak while I'm actually doing everything, and it's actually excellent because it's the first time I'm doing a video like this, and at this kind of rate of nice and beautiful music production where I can teach you something. Actually now, that's excellent for me. I can see the frequencies and the sounds over here. It's fucking excellent. I can see da 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 ba 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 da, and it's fucking vibing, and it's fucking going up and down, and it's fucking yeah. I say I like it. I mean, we're listening to frequencies over here. I mean, we have to show some people the frequencies of life. So anyway, I realized that we are just doing that, but I'm listening to see where the fucking sounds of my nice and beautiful track right here are. So I'm listening to the sound, and is it vibing with the sound? And is it vibing with what's happening right here? So I'm focusing on understanding that it's different, and it's different, I'm approaching now. That is excellent. Actually, something just fucking went boom, 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 boom. And now I'm realizing that this is going for me right now. I understand that I want to see where those high frequencies are so I can understand something. I realize now I want to understand either way. I'm listening all the time. I realize now that one there, I realize now that is something I can see. It's an effect. I realize it's an effect frequency that sounds like a high frequency, but it's a real incline of let's say EQ going on, and it's really whereas now that's actually vibing with me right now. So I'm listening to that whole block of sound right there from that period of time. I realize it's vibing with me still. I can still understand. I'm talking over it. I'm listening to see what the fuck is going on in this track. I can see that now that no matter what, that suddenly something's happening. I'm fucking vibing with that. I'm vibing. I can see now, yes, I realize something's fucking happening over here. I understand it's fucking da. I can say yes. I can see right now, I can see it's vibing. So either way, it's so far so good, and people are like, whoa, I mean, where the fuck did the sound go now? I mean, where the fuck did you put the sound? I mean, now we're coming back into the sound, and boom. Whereas now that's what I mean. I mean, that's like a Zonify kind of track over here, but it's different, and it's different. I realize it's some other kind of sound, but we're learning how we're actually vibing with the track over here. I see now da. Whereas yeah, I can feel that. I can feel that it's much more nice and beautiful, and I can see the sounds actually working over here. I can see I'm talking over it, and I'm making sure that no matter what, my track is vibing, and it's still vibing, and it's da. I can see it's still vibing, and I can feel it. I can feel the vibes over here. I can feel the vibes are nice and beautiful. I can understand that I love it. I'm doing it for I'm never doing it for other people. I never care what they think of me. I'm realizing my track is vibing with me personally. And I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it. I let a little sound effect be there. I mean, I understand that when a frequency is going up and down, then your kick may sound like a broken kick or something like that, but I let it be that way. I like a little flaw here and there. Or else either way, I'm saying no, blah, 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 and it goes in and out, and it's going in and out of the fucking track, and I love that. I love that fucking in and out of the fucking track vibe, and I fucking love that. So make sure you understand that it's fucking a jingle right there, and I like that fucking jingle, right? I like da 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 da. I realize I can smell the fucking progression over here. I realize now that's fucking amazing frequency right here, and it's a fucking different kind of vibing over here, and it's fucking just fucking different. And now I understand every single day I'm learning, I'm growing, and it's fucking different still, and we're still talking, but we understand that no matter what, that I'm learning about the frequencies over here, I'm listening to the frequencies, and it's still that kind of frequency that it's helping me understand that no matter what, that I really, really dig it, and I really dig what's going on in my chill mix. So no matter what, I'm realizing that there's no fucking drop in it. I mean, there's no fucking real drop in it, but it's just a fucking techno kind of fucking vibe, and it's just we're just fucking enjoying this fucking nice and beautiful set right here, and it's fucking boom, 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 and I have that kind of frequency right here where it's fucking showing me that fucking kind of frequency of the boom, boom, boom. I mean, in terms of the fucking sub bass, it's fucking in my face, and I fucking love it. But Russia, that's happening from the frequency of the cover frequency, so that's how you make those ooh, 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 in terms of the sub bass with the cover frequency. So always lower the fucking frequency of the cover frequency to have that fucking sound coming in. So now, whereas now this is happening right now, whereas now what's happening right here is we're learning that we are in a fucking nice and beautiful sound over here. Russian now, that's fucking different, isn't it? Russian now, that's all different over here. Russian now, all I want to do over here is I want to fucking remove this now. Whereas now, since I do have already fucking frequencies up here, I never want to be cutting my frequencies out, by making sure that no matter what, I'm always deleting frequencies where I no longer need frequencies in my nice and beautiful track. So what I'm doing right now is I'm making sure that I delete parts of the track where I no longer need to have those fucking frequencies, so I can make sure that I can vibe with my tracks. So I'm making sure that either way, I understand that what happens after that is something that I want to see. So let's have a look over here. Alright, now I want to see just the transition from my chill track into another mixed chill track over here. And let's have a look, because now it's a breakdown. So that was just with the fucking kick, and it's fucking a nice and beautiful chill mix with a fucking kick, but now it's just going to be the fucking breakdown. I mean, and there's no fucking kick here, but it's still a trick. I mean, it's still a chill mix. So let's have a look over here. I can see this now. I can see it either way. I'm speaking over it. I'm speaking over the nice and beautiful tone over here, and it's beautiful. And it goes into a nice and beautiful. I mean, it goes into the nice and beautiful track, and then my low. My low fucking pass comes into the track. So my low pass is right here, but I understand the low pass is right here. I have to test that low pass over here. I want to see what the fuck's going on with a low pass over here. So I understand now the actual dinosaur comes in to play. Now that's right. That's excellent. That's better than right. I'm never right nor wrong, but I'm understanding either way. It actually does transition. So I just was listening to the transition of the track, and doesn't really vibe into the next track. And then I realize I can say it does. So make sure they understand that either way. I feel right now that there's another part of a track right here that I want to do. So I understand that no matter what, I realize that is I realize I just did the first track. So what I want to do in a second track, I want to change up the nice and beautiful way of, let's say, saying something. So what I want to do is now in my second chill mix track, because I have 3 drops in the actual chill mix, I want to make a difference. So what I do is I can flip the nice and beautiful EQ methods. I can flip it totally, or I can change up the whole frequency, or change the arrangement of what's going on. So I'm just using what I just done with my nice and beautiful frequencies over here. I'm going to place it. I'm placing it in my other mixes as well, but I'm making sure that from this point that I do something different, and I'm making sure that I want to make a difference. I want to make it a different sound, because I don't want to fucking listen to the same sound in the fucking second drop. I mean, so either way, I realize that's personally what I believe. So no matter what, that's just something that I believe that I must do. So alright, now since I understand it's coming up, and let's have a look. Alright, now I want to make sure that I am going to use this, but I'm going to use a different sound. And I understand that I want to make sure that now, since that sound was previously happening in my track, I want to make this one different. And what I'm doing now is I want to arrange the second half of my actual chill mix. So what I'm doing is I'm using the previous frequencies that I did use, and it's going to be in my second half. But what I'm doing this time is I'm going to make it different, and I'm going to draw a different incline, or I'm going to do something different here that I've never done before in my track. So I'm making sure that it's EQ. Approach the EQ, and the master EQ is something that I have to draw again. But if I flip it in a different way and I listen to that, I mean, now it's a different kind of flipping, and it's a different kind of way of drawing. But either way, it does work, or I can also manually do it again. But I keep everything else simple. In a sense, so I keep everything simple, but we're progressing the track into a different track. But what I want to do is I want to remove certain aspects of this track, and I want to show certain frequencies and certain aspects of this track differently. But I want to make sure that I'm starting with the fucking nice and beautiful. Let's say I want to see over here. I want to see where the fucking bells are. So they're starting right away, and I want to see what the fuck this is. Alright, now that's starting right here. So since that's starting right here, I realize that's different. Whereas now that's different, and it's never starting before. So I understand, I'll let that be, and I want that to continue into my actual mix over here. I want to make sure just that is perfect, and I want to make sure that nice and beautiful melody. Whereas now that right there, and what's this over here? Whereas now that's excellent over here. I want that. I want to make sure that no matter what, that nice and beautiful automation is going, because I have one automation in my nice and beautiful instrumental that's going up and down. And it's one melody that's going up and down all the way, and everything else is just simple melodies and a little bit rush. Now from that point, I understand that this nice and beautiful melody can, however, start, but I want to see this over here. Whereas now that's different. I realize now that's something that's coming into the track. I want to make it different. I want to make sure that it's all different. Whereas now this one here, what's this over here? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this one here. Whereas now that's different. So I understand that what I want to do is I want to keep these bottom three in it, and I want to keep that one there, and everything else I understand that I want to go and just make sure that my nice and beautiful track is different. So I'm making sure that I have to eliminate something from this track. So I'm understanding either way that what I need to do is let it be. I'll let it be. I'll let it be totally the way it is. But I just want to understand every single day that if I just let it be this way, I just let it be, because I understand that there's no fucking pattern in there. And since there's no fucking pattern in there, then I understand it's just different. I realize I want to see this over here. I want to see this over here. Say now, I can say that's vibing with me. I can say it's totally vibing with me. But what I need to do is I need to make it different. And what I want to make it different, I want to make my nice and beautiful parametric EQ over here different. So what I can do is I can actually go and really study upon how to do this. So what I want to do is understand that manually is the best way. Approach it manually is the best way. So if I just do it manually, approach it, I never trust the fucking technology of anything else. I approach it when I do it manually, which is the fucking best way of how I do it. So what I do is I understand I want to fucking make it different. But now the sound is going to be different, but something is changing. And what's changing is the EQ. And I just let everything be. But I understand I never want to automate and fucking do anything other than making sure that my track is fucking different. But now, since I did fucking draw it before, if I just flip it, I just want to fucking hear it at least. I want to hear this fucking, I want to hear the actual flipping of my EQ. So when I draw it one way, I flip it the other way, and let's have a look. So I flip vertically, and let's have a look. I'm approaching now, it's all fucking different, but let's have a look. But I did draw it. I did draw it. I see so far I'm just listening to it, but I'm also just talking to myself internally about everything. But I'm looking to see that it just fucking works, man. I mean, wow. I mean, I'm fucking vibing with it totally. I mean, I just fucking flip it vertically. I mean, guess what? I mean, it's fucking working because there's a new sound and there's new melodies in it, and that's why it's fucking working for me. So either way, I'm saying that no matter what, I want to let it be this way. I want you to understand this. I mean, this one now is a fucking new tone coming in, and I just let that be. I love that. I mean, there's a new fucking tone coming in. So the melodies in the actual sound of your chill mix actually make up the nice and beautiful chill mix of what you need. But that, I mean, that's excellent. I mean, I love it. I realize I'm vibing with it. I'm vibing. I mean, that's fucking just going up and down and up and down. And that's the way I fucking make music. I make music fucking fluctuating all the time. I like it to fluctuate. I like it to be different. I want to fucking hear every fucking particle of that kick. I want to understand every fucking frequency of that kick and how it can sound in my track. I want to understand every fucking frequency in that fucking track that I make of the melody. And I want to fucking fluctuate in every fucking frequency that I can do. And then I'm just fucking I'm just fucking fluctuating this motherfucker. So no matter what, I'm learning how to always understand I'm better than what I say. I'm understanding that no matter what, it's just words. But make sure every single day you're learning how to really dwell upon your life in different ways and just keep it up and keep it up and keep it up. So that's a chill mix already. I mean, 2 down and 1 to go. I mean, just 1 to go so far. I mean, so far I just have to keep listening to this one to see what's going on here. So I'm just really enjoying this right now. I'm not saying that it's something that I really enjoy. I can say, yes, it's working for me. Whereas now I want to see this over here. I'm not saying that no matter what, it's different. I realize now, I understand if I flip it vertically, I mean, it's fucking doing the same thing, isn't it? I mean, make sure you understand that. So what I need to do is I need to make this unique, baby. So what I want to do is understand. Now, I focus on understanding that there's something different that's happening around here. So what's happening with me is I understand I have to make the actual nice and beautiful, let's say, a nice and beautiful automation over here a unique one, and then I flip it vertically, because otherwise if I flip it vertically then also my previous one is flipping vertically as well. So I never want to do that. I want to make sure that my previous one is staying the other way while I make this one unique and I flip this one that's unique, and it's going to be different than the previous one. So either way, now I can actually go here and I can flip it vertically. And then also sometimes you may make a slice in the actual automation clip. So what you do once you have made the slice is make sure you make the other automation clip, in terms of make sure you make the other automation clip a unique one as well, so you can flip that one as well. So that's the whole point. So make sure you understand that either way I'm flipping this one vertically as well, and it's actually different. And then look at the patterns and compare the differences and see, is it different? And now you can see it's different. It's a different drawing, but you did draw it. You drew it in the first time, and then you just flip it. And let's have a look now. Whereas now, I mean, that's how it is. But that's nice and beautiful, funky. I mean, it's a funky kick, and it's a funky way to understand that it's working. So if you just go and really dwell upon life, and you understand that no matter what, you keep really going. And it's been 3 hours. I've been making music, but this is how nice and beautiful excitement I have. I have excitement about what's happening over here. I'm feeling happy. I'm feeling happy. So I never eat and drink while I'm doing music production. So I just want to make sure every single day that I'm always doing something. So I say eating and drinking as I do music production. I mean, that's the best way. I want to just go and repeat. I want to repeat the nice little track a bit so I can go and listen to it. But I just write down stuff like that. So I give people ideas. I make sure every single day I'm doing something different, but I'm making sure it's working. I'm working. I understand it's working, and I can hear the boom, 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 boom. I realize, and it's showing up in different parts of the tracks, and people are like, whoa. And I have 4 different patterns with my actual frequency of my automation frequency, and I'm making sure it's all different. And then some kind of frequency may sound like a kick is fucking broken or something, but let it be. I mean, let it be with that. I mean, let it be a little let it be a bit broken. I mean, understand? Because it's a nice and beautiful sound. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that you just want to have the cleanest sounds possible. But have a little flaw in your nice and beautiful track, man. I mean, understand? I mean, make sure you understand that in my I Thou Shall Never Kill track, I have this melody, and it goes da 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 da, and da 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 da, and da. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, where did that fucking one note come in the track? I mean, just fucking came one fucking segment in the 1 hour track of 1 second. In 1 hour, there's one fucking note that just goes all the way fucking up. I mean, one little fucking note went fucking 10 octaves up. And it's like, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, what the fuck is that? Yeah? I mean, it's the one little flaw of the track. I mean, sense? So make sure I understand. So, it's just fucking unique. Alright, now that I'm vibing with this, I'm vibing. I'm saying it's fucking, I mean, it's fucking techno track. I mean, it's a real techno track. So what's happening over here is I'm standing, I have to save this over here. So I save it. I have 64 files. So I have 64 FLP files over here. And this one's going to be my 65th one. So I name it. I name it in numbers. I love it. I'm naming all my nice and beautiful content in numbers, but I'm making sure you never scratch yourself as much. I mean, never scratch yourself all the way. Because if you scratch your nice and beautiful eyes and all that, then it gets a sore rash on your eyes. So never scratch yourself ever. Anywhere. Because you always get some kind of vibe going in terms of that's really, really scratching, and then it hurts. And it starts to hurt the more you scratch. And then you have a red mark as well when you're doing it. So this is vibing with me right now. So my next one, or else I have a nice and beautiful Chill Mix 3. And then what I do is the first half is all automation and sound effects with vocals. And then the second half is just vocal, and there's no fucking automation, but there's vocals and dinosaurs, but none of my voice. So my voice goes away in the first 7 minutes of the track. Whereas now, in the first 7 minutes of the track, you can hear my vocals and everything else is gone. In terms of, there's no voice of mine. So I have a voice always, but everything in terms of my track is happening. I'm making sure that no matter what, you understand that in the first 7 minutes of my track, Dinotopia is my vocals. And you can hear my voice. Alright, that's excellent. I love the frequency. So what you need to realize is you set up the frequency with the filters, automation, and with the nice and beautiful EQ to the sound that you want, and then just let it ride all the way. So now I can see exactly how to make a chill mix with the nice and beautiful frequencies over here. I say never making automation clips with EQ and filters via my chill mix work a certain frequency as it works out for I to do better and as shown for I. So I'm just working certain frequencies. I'm using EQ parametric. I'm using parametric EQ too in FL Studio, and I'm using my filters in terms of Fruity Filter to go and really understand that track right here. I'm understanding that the track is excellent over here. I mean, wow, I could actually hear it. I'm understanding about it. I'm taping myself while I'm doing it. I mean, what else do you want? I mean, anyway. I mean, you get free knowledge, man. I mean, free knowledge from Danny Milivojevic. I'm rich. I'm understanding that's beautiful. I mean, it's going in and out of my nice and beautiful track, and it's a nice and beautiful chill mix over here, and it's working for me. I mean, it's working for me all the way. And now it's going to go into a breakdown over here. It's going to a breakdown over here. So let's have a look over here. Let's have a look at what's going on over here. So now, since it's going that way, I realize now it did stop. I realize my track did stop over here. So what's happening over here is different. I'm making sure either way. I want to make sure that I'm just continuing this nice and beautiful frequency for a bit longer, because something is going on right here. Whereas now, this right here is what? I mean, where's the new segment happening? So there's a new segment happening right here, and I have to continue my nice and beautiful, let's say, I have to continue my nice and beautiful way of life over here. So I'm understanding that what I want to do is I have to enable myself to just do this now. And what I'm doing is I'm making sure I'm extending my nice and track. I'm extending my nice and beautiful chill mix over here, because it's really, I'm extending the automation clips so that I can go and match it to the next track. So what's happening is when it goes into the next segment, I mean, this one here is a bit longer in terms of what I've done. So what I need to do is more in terms of my frequencies. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to learn much more about it all. So then I focus upon understanding that I want to go and dwell upon a better way, but then I'm focusing on just doing something that's going to help me. And now when I understand that, I'm understanding either way that I want to go make sure that my track is going to vibe. So when it vibes, I understand that I want to make it the best it can be, but I'll let it be this way. I understand that no matter what, that I need balance in my music track. And what I want to do is I can see that it's different. And now because it's different, I have to make sure that I do something to make sure that it's balancing. So what I do is I want to make sure all the time that I'm focusing on giving as much content as I can in value. So I'm focusing on doing valuable content right here. And then just make sure it's all balancing with your nice and beautiful automations as shown. And then also make sure that you learn how to really do what you want to do. And now, if you understand either way, that what you need, what you can do is, since it's a new part of the track, and now since your actual arrangements are different, your arrangements are different in the track. And what do? Use the same automation clips and go into that. You can do that, or you can draw a new one. You can draw something new if you want. But what I do is I understand that either way, I want to make sure that I'm learning something in the process of what I'm doing. So I'm making sure that I flip it in some kind of way that's going to work differently. So I'm just extending my nice and beautiful EQ because it's all different. So I want to listen to this part over here because I'm extending what I've done previously, and I just make a slice, and I'm just going, I just continue my nice and beautiful process of automation over here. And let's have a look over here. I drew it before. I drew one automation clip, and I just used that one. I just use that one for now. I'm saying either way, that one's new. It's excellent. Well, I like that. I love it. I love it. It's so natural. It's natural. And now if you have that sound and tone that you need in the track, approach, it sounds excellent. So that, so that's the whole point, is understanding that no matter what, I'm learning, and then it goes in different frequencies over here, and we're learning, and just keep going. I'm learning to see just the frequencies of all that. So I'm learning to make sure that my frequencies are never so high in my ears. So I have earphones. So I'm learning to see exactly those frequencies I need in my earphones to make it sound great at a festival too. So I do all my music production with my earphones over here. So that's the whole point. So when I look at you, I look at the nice and beautiful camera as much as I can, so I can focus upon a great life. So that's something right here. Alright, now. So now that's right here. Alright, now I want to make sure that I go and cut off the actual frequencies here now, because this is something now where I understand that what's important for me is understanding that if something happens where your frequencies in terms of the track is changing into something else, just remove all the nice and beautiful frequencies from that track in terms of other aspects of life that you never need, and make sure that you just place what you need in the track, and that's it. Right now, since I'm doing that, I want to see what's going on over here. I want to see how it is. I can hear that, but it just never does it for me. Because why? Because there's something of a nice and beautiful effect over here that I love. I love the effect over here. So I want to just actually listen to that. So it's a nice effect over here. I like this. I like that effect. I like that effect right here. I like the effect right here. But then guess what? I want you to understand that I want to place an effect of chain over here, for example. So since I'm understanding that, I'm understanding that kind of frequency range over here is what I'm talking about. So it's really, I want to do something to make sure that it's really this now. So what I want to do is I want to place my nice and beautiful frequencies right here, and I want to make sure that I make it unique, but I want to make this nice and beautiful effect, like, but it's so low in frequency that it's a special effect, and it's making people say, oh, what is this? Is this an aquarium? What is going on around here? So I want people to see this kind of effect. So I'm making an effect right here, just with automations. And I'm just doing something different that I've never done. But I'm making a different effect that just works for me. I'm never doing it for other people. I'm never doing this music track so that you listen to it. Do you understand? I'm just making it because regardless of if you listen to it or not, I want to make it because I want to listen to it. And that's it. Whereas now this one here is like, whoa. I mean, either way. Whereas now, what's going on? Whereas now, that right here is something I have to see. It's much more than my breakdown has no, it has no automation here. So what I need to do is I need to make an automation clip over here, and I want to make it different. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that now I can see that my automation clips over here are happening. I realize something different is happening here, but it's more, there is no automation clips over here. So it's much more the faster version over here. So I need to go and make something different over here. So I want to make sure that I can just go and copy and paste my nice and beautiful chill mix here, and I want to make sure that I can go and make sure to raise the dinosaur sounds over here in a way that it's going to work for me, in a way that it's something different. So let's have a look at it here. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that this is how it is, guys. So let's have a look over here. I want to make sure that I do it until here, and then I want to make sure that I'm raising the vibe where the dinosaur sounds are. And then let's have a look over here. I mean, guess what? I understand either way. I want to listen to this myself. I want to make sure I have a low pass filter here that I can use. I have to use a low pass filter anyway. I'm making sure every single day that now I can see this. I can see what's going on over here. See, now we're understanding that there's a different drawing I need to make. But the frequency here, I love the frequency. I love the frequency. I love what's going on with the frequencies over here. I mean, the frequencies are amazing. I'm just listening to the frequencies here, but the dinosaur sounds are in the background, but they're in the background, and you have to understand I have to make them come out into the mix over here. So I'm saying that I actually love what's going on with my nice and beautiful frequencies here, but I can decipher the actual sounds over here. So I'm making sure that either way, I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to just do the frequencies over here. I want to make sure that my nice and beautiful way of life over here is working. I realize that's all working. I realize that's beautiful. I love this. I love that. I love that. I love that, because it's something that it's really working over here. I can see now. Either I want to just listen to it now because it's nice and beautiful. I realize the sound is nice and beautiful. And then once I just do this one, then I have one more drop to do, and then the chill mix is done. Or else from that point, or else I have to go and make a low pass filter in all of my nice and beautiful tracks over here. And I want to be able to draw it, and I have to draw it myself. Because either way, it just works. Actually, it just works. But the sound effects over here with the dinosaur sounds never goes right now. But what I do with that, and how I bring the actual dinosaur sounds into my mix, is a low pass filter. And you have to understand why the actual dinosaur sounds are never showing up in my mix right now. But even though they're in the mix, it never really comes out in the mix. And why is that? I have to place a low pass filter exactly where the dinosaur sounds are, so it comes out into the mix. And that's it. I have to draw it. I have to draw the automation clips. So when I see an automation clip of, let's say, a sound cloud in terms of a sound effect of a dinosaur, then I raise the low pass filter to go drift there to raise that sound, and that's it. And then I go with the low pass filter, I make a special effect with the low pass filter, and I do something different with the low pass filter, and then I go back up to bring out the dinosaur sound again, and then go back down, and then I make incline up again where the dinosaur sound is again, and I just keep drawing those nice and beautiful sounds. But the nice and beautiful sound that I'm hearing right now is excellent. I can feel it. I can feel the sound. I mean, whoa, I can feel it. I mean, the sound is beautiful. I mean, in the breakdowns, it always works. I mean, the sounds always work. Like, you have to really be able to go and draw that sound that you want in your track, and just keep sticking with that. So it's very beautiful that I understand that either way I'm learning about my track in the process of actually talking to you. So I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm much better than 2 years ago and 5 years ago in terms of what I'm doing. So I'm able to really talk to you right now, and I'm able to be professional about what I'm doing right now on video. So I'm learning really quickly about the sound. So what I want to understand is I never even want to actually listen to those sounds. I want to make sure I'm listening to just the actual sound over here And what I've done is I didn't mute the actual dinosaur sounds because I understand that they never work with the mix. So what I do, I say never muting non-human animal vocal sound effects and vocals see now that's working for me. See I've shown see now what I'm doing here is I'm making sure I'm muting the nice and beautiful tracks so that it's all working. So what I want to do is I say never muting sound effect vocals that never work in my music tracks, so I do better overall to do greater only for I say over here I say never placing a low pass filter automation where my sound effect vocals are, which are vocals, so to do better only for say twinkle twinkle little stars coming up. I say now where's my kick? I say here it is. I say now. I say either way. I realize now what I want to do is I get myself the actual low pass filter now. I want to go and do it now. So what I want to do is I start from the beginning. Whereas now I understand that my sounds from previous sound excellent. I mean, it sounds excellent, but what I want to do is I'm placing a filter over here. And I want to place a low pass filter and I want to make a special effects sound. But what I'm going to do with this low pass filter is I'm going to make a short low pass filter, and it's going to just go up and down and up and down and up and down. And why is that? Because I want to bring certain frequencies up with the low pass filter. And now that's just a short kind of way to understand that it's a long-term view about what I'm doing. So either way, I want to make sure that I just start with 16 beats, for example, and then I test it out on 16 beats to see how it's working, and then I'll make sure that if it never works, I'll go on 4 beats, and I'll go on 8 beats, I'll go on 12 beats, and I see what's working. I want to understand, so make sure that I just test it out. So I want to make sure that I'm learning how to grow myself in different ways, making sure that this heater over here is actually very hot. I'm understanding either way. I'm never cold, but I'm understanding that it can get cold without the heater because it's winter. I mean, grapes. I mean, so nice. It's so beautiful. I mean, when you can drink some juice from grapes, it's so beautiful. You can actually taste how they do the wine as well. But guess what? I mean, never do wine in your life, but from the grapes, you make the wine. I mean, you can make the wine from the grapes. So make sure you understand that either way, I never make wine because I'm never an alcoholic. I understand that I was an alcoholic before, and I was never a true alcoholic, but I was somebody who, in alcohol, I was drinking, but I wasn't drinking to go to the pub at 12 o'clock in the morning, or let's say, I mean, guess what? I was drinking alcohol from 12 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock in the morning, but I was never at the pub at 10 o'clock in the morning. You understand? And I was never going with people specifically to a pub to drink. You understand? I wasn't doing it weekly or some shit like that. I mean, understand? I mean, I was just drinking on fucking weekends with people, and that's it. I was drinking alcohol and doing drugs on weekends, and then the drugs in terms of weed and cocaine and all that ecstasy stuff and cocaine, that became a daily thing with my life. But the alcohol, no. I was never an alcohol daily drinker. Now the weed, yeah. I was a weed smoker daily. And I was an ecstasy taker on the weekends. And I was a cocaine addict monthly. I say monthly. And I was an ice addict weekly. I mean ice. I mean speed in terms of the ice methamphetamine. I was taking it weekly. And so that's fucked up. I mean, never do that. I mean, I felt like crap. And my teeth were fucking starting to rot. And I sort of did damage my teeth from that. So I understand that my teeth were fucking falling off in terms of some parts of it. So I had to go to the doctors, to the dentist, to be able to check my teeth all the time. I'm just learning to see what's happening around the automation systems over here. I'm understanding either way that if I just do that, I want to see this now. I want to place over here, for example. I want to see my nice and beautiful automation systems over here. See now, it's more. I realize it's more how I feel that I'm just speaking inside my head right now, but I'm understanding I want to be listening to the sound over here. I understand that it's really the same kind of sound. I mean, guess what? I mean, if you have a actual, let's say, if you have a master EQ on the actual sound, then your low pass filter never works. I mean, in a sense, so either way, I never need a low pass filter on that. So I'm understanding that what I want to do is I want to write something over here, which is, I say over here, I say, it's never two or better, I say placing low pass filter where there is an automation clip of master EQ where there is no vocals with filter automations to do better. Well, I just said that I'm staying away from placing low pass filter on anywhere where it's an instrumental type of track where there is no sound effects going in terms of vocals, and that's it. Because I want to stay away from that so that I can learn from it. I never want to do that again. I never want to stay, I understand that for myself, I stay better, but what's amazing is I never want to place a low pass filter ever again where there's a master EQ going on. I just want to be able to place a master EQ with a low pass filter where there's a nice beautiful vocal going on, because that's different. Because I realize in that segment there's no actual vocal going on with dinosaurs. So I want to see this now. I want to see my dinosaur nature over here. I can see now, I can see how to do this. So what I want to do is I place a cursor. I want to understand that I place a cursor exactly where the vocal is, and then I go all the way down, and then I go and place the exact, let's say, in a better way, I place the automation in that column right there where the cursor is, and I just lay it side by side, and then I understand to see how it goes. And then I listen back right now. Whereas now, what I do over here is different. Whereas now, I understand that the nice and beautiful vocals here, in terms of what's going on with the actual EQ, is different. So what I need to do is master EQ this differently. And now, it's much more that I go and place a master EQ that's going to talk to the actual sound effects over here. So instead of using the low pass filter, I am going to use my nice and beautiful, let's say, master EQ to go and do it. So I never ever place a low pass filter where there's an EQ automation going on. I say it never goes. I say placing low pass filter automations where master EQ automations are going on and happening for I to do greater only for I. See for I, and that way I'm happening much better. So what I want to do is, since I did flip the switch with my automation clips before, I want to make this one unique again, and I want to flip it again. I want to flip this one again, but also I just want to understand that it's never about flipping this one. I want to understand that what I want to do is I want to draw a new automation clip over here. I want to do something totally different because I have to. And now I understand every single day that what's important is this nice and beautiful automation clip is different. So I want to focus on understanding either way. I want to go and do something different right here, and I want to make a different vibe. I realize now that's different. I realize that's all different. And now, since I do have something going on over here, I understand that what I want to do is I want to see how it goes. I can actually hear the dinosaur. I can hear the dinosaur here, so that's excellent. So now, because I did that, I understand that my EQ has to be on 0%. I realize now that is why I can hear the actual voices of the nice and beautiful dinosaurs. So I just go in like this. I just say this. I say never placing my. Never placing my EQ. I say never placing my master EQ on 0% to hear non-human animal sound effects, vocals and vocals as shown where I just focus on saying something here. So I understand how it is when I'm writing down, and all of a sudden I'm talking, and then I just go into silent mode because I'm focusing on writing something down, and that's why I realize now that's something that I have to give attention to, and it's something that I realize about myself, and it's really something that's really preventing me to do that. I realize it's something that I have to speak it up instead of holding it silent, but I'm speaking up in a different way. I'm speaking up on the phone. I'm doing it on the phone. I'm doing that writing on the phone. So I'm just making that kind of nice and beautiful idea happen. So let's have a look over here. What's happening over here? So I see let's happen over here. I see now with the actual frequencies of what's going on with my actual other frequencies, and now understand that no matter what, that I want my vocals here to really, let's say, keep going, and it's really that it just happens to be just like that. So I'm understanding that I want to go and create different modules. So I'm understanding for this one, I want to go all the way up here, and I want to go and make sure that I'm still using the EQ in between the dinosaur sounds, so it's different. Or I can say now, since that's the case, I'm understanding that I want to go and really dwell upon ways to understand that I want to just do better. So I'm understanding that I want to go around what's happening. So since I'm doing that, I'm understanding that the dinosaur sounds are happening, and now since they're happening, I want to make sure that I'm drawing it in between, and I'm always going to 0% when the actual sound effects of my dinosaurs are happening, so that they can show up in the mix. See this over here now. I can say right here, I can say that one right there is happening. So then I just go a bit more up with my nice and beautiful incline over here, and I want to make sure that I'm doing something right now. So I want to hear this. Alright, now if that's the case, I want to see this over here and what's happening. Alright, now I understand. I want to hear that sound. Alright, I want to hear that sound. So because there's a nice and beautiful sound happening in that moment, I want to never even EQ that. I just want to hear it. I want to hear it in my mix. So that's why I can leave out the EQ totally from my mix in other ways. So making sure that no matter what, I'm only sitting here because I understand that I have a heater and I have a nice and beautiful camera here. But I'm making sure that no matter what, that I say over here, I say master EQing anything where the sound is better only for I say changing sounds that are better in my soundtrack, so I do greater only for I say every single time every single time I make music now, I'm always doing better, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that it's because I'm teaching you along the way what to understand about my music production skills. So I'm learning about how I actually dwell upon life much better. So I'm understanding either way that I want to go and do a nice beautiful incline up here, and I want to understand that when it's an incline or it's something that's going uphill, and either way I'm understanding that I can just do it until this point right here. So I just go and place my nice and beautiful snap mode into step mode. I want to place my step mode into the best kind of version over here. So I want to make sure that this is actually happening right here, and then I go all the way down into my automation over here. So I'm just drawing it into my nice and beautiful sound effects right here, because I want to make certain sounds happen and other certain sounds never happen. Alright, now my EQ goes, and then it goes boom with a nice and beautiful dinosaur. So my EQ is giving me the sound effect of, it's giving me that sound effect. But then I place it all the way to 0%, and then the stomp happens. Boom. Understand? So that's the point of electronic music. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm understanding that I'm almost doing much better, and I'm always understanding I'm doing better, always. So I'm never almost doing better, I'm always understanding I'm doing better. But what's amazing is understanding I'm almost done this track, and now that's something that is much more on point. And now I understand either way that since I'm doing much better, I understand that all I want to do is see where my actual tracks are happening, and then I want to go and EQ certain parts of the tracks in different ways to make sure that everything is nicely vibing, and I want to make sure that I'm drawing it all the way. Then I make an incline again. Whereas now this one over here, I understand that I can just make a small inclines over here that I can show people that, hey, I'm making special effects over here. I'm making special effects, bro. I see now. I make 3 of these ones over here. I say, where is this one here? So I want to make this one here, and then what's going to happen is people are going to hear that one here, and that's different. So I want to make sure that people are listening. So here we go. I see it goes, I mean, that's the kind of effect I have, and it goes, I mean, that's another kind of dinosaur sound. I mean, they're saying because people can hear the sound, and now that's another kind of effect I just made, which is just a little, I mean, just that kind of sound. So either way, it sounds amazing. I mean, so either way, what we're going to do now is I have to make a nice and beautiful effect going over here, and I want to go up, and then I want to go up and down. I want to go all the way up and down from this point. I want to understand either way that what we're doing now is just extend it a bit, and let's have a look at this. I understand every single day that I need to do better anyway. So let's have a look at going all the way here now. I mean, let's have a look. I want to fade away the track, and I want to bring it back. Let's have a look. Say beautiful. Say beautiful right here. Oh, I understand that's beautiful for me. And now I see since I have that, I want to make sure now I can create some new effects with my nice and beautiful master EQ. So I'm just using an automation EQ to just go in a sense. So what I want to do is I want to do pulse waves over here. I want to do some pulse waves. I want to do something different where I can create an effect or something like that to just make sure that people can listen in to what I'm doing. So either way, I understand that I want to make something different over here. I want to make sure that people can understand what I'm doing, and once I do that, I understand every single day it's working. And now I just do that there, and then this one's going down to 0% because that's where the dinosaur is going to hit something. And either way, I'm making a pulse wave over here. So let's have a look. And hold on, I mean that's like something just did rip in the track. And that's like ripping in the track. And let's have a look over here. See the pulse waves over here. I mean, let's have a look at it. I mean, I realized that I have to make something different. I have to make something different because the pulse wave is never working for me over here. Let's have a wave in terms of triangle waves. I mean that wave is working. I mean, now I understand that wave is something that's different, but guess what? I realize that it's just different. I realize it's so different. So why not just let it be, man? I mean, either way, the wave of triangles in terms of the triangle EQ is working for me. So what I do is I let it be that way. I can actually hear the dinosaur here. I can hear the dinosaur, even though my nice and beautiful organizational clips are fluctuating in the mix. I can still hear the dinosaurs, and it's amazing. So either way, I just keep going. And now let's have a look at what else there is. And I understand either way, I want to create more waves over here. I want to create another waveform. I want to make sure that people can hear my waveform over here. So what I'm doing is I'm making sure that I can go to greater. But you have to understand that other people are never going to call you greatness. I promise you, they're never going to say that you're greater than them, and you have to understand that. So make sure every single day that what you do is just do a better life for yourself, and realize that you deserve all the greatness in your life all the time, and you're always focusing on something that you love to do, because that's the whole point. Then focus upon understanding that you need to go and really, really dwell upon a greater way for yourself. And that's the whole point, guys. I mean, what's this effect over here? I just made an effect randomly over here, but I need to see this over here. I see, whoa, I see, that was just a random effect, but it fucking works. I mean, what? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, either way, I realize what you can do is you can move away the vocals to make an effect if you want. So just move the vocal to make that kind of effect as well. So I just write that down and say, never moving away my vocals to make certain effects happen also works out for I see for I, as shown for I. Realize now, either way, I'm learning so much, guys, so make sure every single day you're tuning in to my YouTube channel, and then we're going to learn some more pleasure in terms of the, we're going to learn pleasure in a way that we're going to learn the words of pleasure. I mean, the words of pleasure of how to talk over the pleasure and how to overcome pleasure is what we're talking about, because it's about delaying gratification. And it's never about pleasure, otherwise we're going to learn about the words of music production, So make sure every single day that we're learning how to understand that this is my pleasure. I mean, we're going to learn the pleasure of music production and talking on the camera, and understanding every single day that we're going to focus upon our life and what we have to give. So either way, I mean, just make sure you're saving your project in different forms and waveforms, and then make sure every single day you just take it. I mean, just enjoy the ride. I mean, enjoy the ride of everything. Like, it's 12:42 a.m. already. I mean, whoa, it's going quick. I mean, it's already been 3 hours and 51 minutes. I realize now, either way, what I need to do is I need to go and understand now. From this point, I realize now I can say there is a bit more to go, but I understand that no matter what, I understand I just want to do this right now. So what I do now is I'm focusing on understanding that I need to go and make my nice little track differently. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I have to draw it. So it's a different drawing. Now, because it's a different drawing, I mean, guess what I do? I put this kind of drawing into my next part. It's going to be different, isn't it? And then I just make it unique a bit. I make it a bit unique and I draw something different. And that's the whole point. So I can just write that down and I can learn something from that and say, never making my EQ different with automations and my automations different whenever as it works out for I understand. So what I do with my music production is I understand I have a music production record label on my actual Instagram, so I'll just focus on doing my music production instead of that. So I understand that my music production over here is much more important than doing my Instagram. So I never care about Instagram, man. I care about doing this music. So now I want to understand that I want to make some inclines over here. I want to make a single curve here. I want to make sure I'm doing something different. So this over here is something like that. And so look, I can see over here. I say now this is something that I want to understand that either way I'm learning. I have to really focus upon this over here. It's learning, and no matter what, it's working, and it's working. So either way I'm learning over here. I want you to understand that no matter what I'm talking over everything. So I want to understand every single day that when I talk about something, I understand I really do overcome it. And there's so much more to go, but guess what? I realize that communicational skills helps me to just pound through. I mean, I'm pounding through communication over here. I'm pounding through being able to do something that's helping me. So what I do is I let it be that way. I let it be, and I make sure that I'm learning how to grow myself in the process, and then I'm making sure that I do something that's going to help me move forward. And now that is going downhill, so I can go this way, and this one is something different. So let's have a look. I can actually tell. I could tell. I can tell that this one's working over here. So oh, see, oh, I said no matter what, I realize sometimes my brain can pop. Or as nothing pops in my life, I realize that it's small. I'm doing something over here. I realize now that can sound different over here, and there is a nice, beautiful dinosaur over here. So what we have to do is keep talking. I mean, just keep talking into your tracks. I mean, keep talking into your tracks by having a purpose to teach people what you're doing. And then you understand why I'm doing what I do. Because I understand that I make riches. I make events around the world doing this. And I make, on the door, I make $50,000 or more. I mean, come on, man. And that's why I understand I do it. But it's never because of the money. I never care about the money. But I make more money from doing it. I make a lot of money just doing the music. I never do it for the money on the door. I never do it for making riches in plastic money. I never care about that. I care about the music. I love the music more than the money. In a sense, so I never hate money. I love everything. But the thing is that with music and life, I just choose to do it for free, with or without money. I understand, because I enjoy it. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy it to do this, but make sure you understand that it's never about money. If somebody's telling you that, if somebody's telling you that you're missing out on money or something like that at the door entry, or because of your passion or something, forget them. Forget those people who love money more than the passion. You understand? Love your passion more than money. You understand? That's the way. Now, this is something that happens right here. So I have to focus on doing something over here to help myself grow. I'm understanding either way, I have to go and record this right here. So I'm understanding that music production is a long process, guys, and it's a lifelong process. The next 72 years of music, man. There's a long way to go in music. Every single day, just go and dwell upon making better music. What else can you do? Make a nice and beautiful steady incline like this. I want to make an effect coming down here. I want to make sure either way that we just go like this, and then we're going to I want to see how this sounds. Because that, I mean, that really lifts me up. I mean, what's this? I mean, wow. So what happened just now is I understand that I made this effect and it goes. It's amazing, and it just lifts me up. Whereas now that sound right here is amazing, so I'll let it be that way, and I want to just go like that, and I want to just place it down. I'll place this one down like this. Whereas now, if your sounds are never working from that point of view, so what you have to understand, it's more that you have to change all your actual non-human sounds as well to make sure that you're placing them in actual areas of your nice and beautiful, let's say, your automation clips where it's going to sound the best. So make sure you understand how to go through your nice and beautiful sound effects with vocals to make sure that you're learning how to really dwell upon that kind of aspect of life. So we're actually learning to make sure that if you're doing that, then guess what? I mean, make sure you do the vocals first and then start all over again. I understand? So what I have to learn over here is I was drawing all these sound effects, but I have to make sure that the vocals, in terms of the sound effects or the vocals, is going to match up to the actual track of the automation, because the automation is fluctuating. And then what happens is the actual dinosaur sounds sound in a way that they're coming out and in of the track. But that's how it's meant to be. But I understand either way that I have to do it. I have to make sure that no matter what, that my sounds over here are coming out as much as possible in a way that it's going to work. So either way, I'm understanding that. I say never placing my vocals. I say never placing my vocals as shown into certain parts of my music track where it works out for I to do it all better only for I, where it brings up the sound for I as shown as I do it all for I. Of now, I understand that either way, that what I can do here is understand that it's much more likely that it's a better fit for me to go and really remove all of the actual, let's say, I mean, all the fluctuations, but guess what? And the fluctuations is something amazing over here. I mean, there's something amazing over here, and I need to have a fluctuation here with what's happening. So I understand either way that I'm understanding that I have to go and really dwell upon a greater life for myself. So I understand that if I shall go eat something now, I understand it's been 4 hours of music production. I understand, I mean, I have to eat something. I have to go and just save it. I save it now. I mean, I can continue in a better video. I can do something different now. I understand that, yes, I am inspirational about this video. I'm understanding that no matter what, that this is now much better. I'm doing much better, and I'm learning something in 4 hours of doing this, but I have to eat something. I understand that either way, that what I can do is I understand that no matter what, that if I shall delay the food and drink, I understand that it's much more, I'm feeling also fatigue over here, and I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to just relax now. I want to understand that you guys have learned something in this video, and that's the main thing. So make sure that you guys are also understanding that I am actually understanding that this video has to be much more, and it has to be an extraction of this audio as well. So I just go and extract audio, I upload it to YouTube, and I understand either way you guys can watch me, and you can watch and enjoy your life.